Morning. Just getting set up. I'll be working on the face again today. I'm going to resolve this side and hopefully get the hair done as well. So right now I'm just trying to figure out what I'm dealing with. It's a violet. It's fairly colorful. It's very light, so it doesn't look as colorful as it is, but it's very colorful. It's just about pure violet. For what I'm doing, I'm going to gray it down just a little bit. Just a little bit. I don't want it fighting with what's going on in here. So I'm going to tone it down just a little bit. So I'm going to build it up a little bit at a time, which that'll make sense when I start doing it. I'll be able to explain it a little better. But so my plan is to kind of glaze this, which is going to make it darker, and do a very light glaze. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to start laying in that violet in on top. And I've got to maintain. You can see there is a lot of texture in here. It can't be allowed to become smooth. It's got to stay textured. So the brushes that I'm going to use are going to help me to keep some texture. So I'm looking at bristle brushes, and again I'm going to be able to. A bristle brush is a bit stiffer, it's kind of like a harder hair, and so it's going to make it possible for me to so softer brushes tend to leave softer marks. Harder brushes leave more distinct marks. So just to start, I just want to grab a little bit of this. I want to see how it works on top of what's here and see if I can leave this the way it is, leaving my brownish underpinnings, or if I need to actually get violet as a glaze in here and then work lighter into it. So all I'm going to do is just get a couple of little marks down in here. Try to see how this looks. And I'm actually liking that. It wasn't my plan originally to leave this as it is. I was thinking to make it violet, but I actually think I'm going to get enough violet doing it just like this. And if I find that I need a little bit more violet in it later on, I can always glaze that. So this is the direction I'll take it today. I've got to go a little bit darker than this. So because I was going to glaze in violet, it would be very dark. Then lay this in, I figured it would mix in. Now that I'm looking at not putting any glaze down, I've got to make my violet a little bit darker. So I'm going to build it up over multiple passes. I'll do one where it's fairly dark, one that's a little lighter, one that's a little lighter, one that's a little lighter. Basically, I'm going to do the same thing I did on the metals yesterday. by and large going to be the same general thing, only I'm going to cover everything instead of leaving some of it showing through. The first pass will cover pretty much everything and will transition into the lit side of his face. The second pass will be a little bit lighter and I'll start establishing some of the stronger lights. The third pass will be even lighter, and if I need a fourth pass, and I'm just going to be adding white into the mixture as I go in order to get lighter. And again, to me, dropping a little bit of gray, Payne's gray, into this mixture. I just want to take some of the violet away because, again, it's easy enough for me if I need more violet. It's a transparent color. Right out of the tube, a little bit of oil, bam, I've got more purple. But taking the purple out is going to be a little bit more difficult if I decide that it's too colorful. So for me, at this point, where everything is, better to err on the side of not having enough color because I know that it's an easy nudge. It's a single color right out of the tube. I don't have to do anything with it but put oil and just scrub it in on top. So this is my palette from yesterday, but I've got my flesh tones from the other day because I do need to be able to roll from these violets back into the skin tones that are there. So these were my two transparents, and then I've got my lights. These were my shadows, my transitions into my three lights. And this is going to be the lit side of the face. And you can see, if you look at it, you can see how it relates value-wise, not color-wise, but value-wise, right? So even though it's very light in the photograph, I'm not starting bright, staying, fairly subdued, and there's going to be a dark underpinning beneath it, right? I've got a very, very dark shadow in here, which is going to be the underpinning for it. So,
but Kevin, that's not a flesh tone.
Yeah, that's not a flesh tone. Yeah, we don't worry about flesh tones with this kind of stuff. Flesh tones are always, flesh tones are based on the environment. Like this happens to have a violet light on this side. So that's what we've got. So I'm thinking that I'm going to put down a little bit of medium and then just work. So that way I have something a little bit wet to work into over here, because I know this is going to be, it's going to be a bit of a nuisance for me, creating that transition. Well, let me rephrase that. It might be a nuisance for me, maybe not. I could be wrong. I established darker values rolling into this, thinking that I might leave it in place. Those darker values actually don't belong there. So after I get this in, I have to marry it along this edge. And that's going to require a little bit of work. So I think this is good. This will wind up being broken up and moved around a little bit, and this is going to have to be dramatically altered. But I'll really kind of figure it out as I'm going, and I've got to watch how the hair plays into here. Again, I'm thinking like the value on the hair is actually pretty good right now. I'll build it up, but I'm looking pretty good in here. And I find that the hair doesn't have the same amount of violet in it. So I'm going to be able, I've got violet up in here, but not really down in here. It feels more gray than violet. So, so I'm actually going to stay away from the medium for now. I'm just kind of thinking about it. Like as I'm doing this, as I'm thinking about what I'm going to do, I'm trying to paint it in my head. So thinking in terms of, okay, so I wet this edge, and then I start laying my paint in, and then when I get over here, what am I dealing with? Maybe that's not the way to go. So if I do it dry and I build in my lights and then I have my paint and I start making my transition, how does that work? And so to me, as I'm kind of working through, kind of playing the chess game to completion, multiple games, one where I wet the canvas, one where I don't, one where I put down a colored glaze, each one of those games, which one do I win? Which one am I more effective in? Which one do I definitely win? Which one, so I'm trying to figure out the best path, which is the best game for me. And so I'm thinking, just simply working into it exactly as it is, and then managing these edges afterwards as opaques without, if I need to put medium in the paint when I get there, then I'll do it. But for me, I'm thinking now, once I wet these edges, I am stuck with that, and I now have to work with it, whether it's good or bad. And it's not that it's not manageable, but it could generate more. I might have to put a lot more effort in to make it work. If I leave it dry, I can work dry paint, like basically regular density paint into regular density paint, and that might be great. If I find that I need to thin paint down, I can just add oil to the paint at that time. So instead of putting oil here, I put oil on the palette with the paint. And so it gives me some latitude to move around and be a little bit more agile as I'm working. So just gonna kind of jump in and go to it. Now, yeah.
You once told me that painting like this is like playing 15 games of chess and being 15 moves ahead in each one of them.
Yeah, it can feel like that. It can feel like that. So I'm just going to start by this, and I'm a little bit. My value is a little bit lighter than what's in the photo right now, which is okay. I'm not going to worry about that because I've got transitions to make in here, and I've got my darkest shades of flesh tone that will go in here. I'm not putting down a lot of paint, and I'm leaving some of these areas still as shadows. There's no doubt I'll be going into them later on. But as I'm putting this down, I'm thinking I'm going to mix this on the canvas with the flesh tone. So I can, even though there's not a lot of purple up in here, there is some purple. And so I want to bring this over and get rid of that unnecessary shadow that I built in. And I know later on I'm going to pull my lights, my flesh tones in here and kind of overlap them. The same way I created the texture in here. So I'm just trying to establish this shade, this shade, this color. And again, I'm looking at the patterns of movement. Anything, bear in mind that as I'm doing this, I can overstate things because I can very easily knock a shadow back with a glaze. So I could really kind of overstate the violets in here, and then after it dries, a little bit of a glaze in here that darkens it, and all of a sudden I've got that distinction. So this is not going to be a finished pass. I'm not trying to make it a finished pass. I'm just trying to establish this value, which is dominant in here. Just trying to figure out where everything is. If I can establish some of these bolder things, I can then figure out to the left and the right of them. Something like that. I know I'm going to be glazing it much more colorful things down in here. I'm not worried about it right now. This is going to depart in many ways from the reference material. Visually, it's not going to pull together today. This again is the groundwork for the way I will pull it together. And you'll see when I glaze this later on, it's gonna be boom, one pass of paint, and the whole thing's gonna pull together. Again, this is part of like, again, we're talking about multiple games of chess. Being able to see the path to get to where you're going. You know, when you play chess, you don't see we're gonna scrap that. It's composing thoughts. It's getting harder and harder to do this. Like as the weeks are going on, it's getting harder to do this stuff. It really is. Like I'm starting to get tired.
Starting to feel ready for the painting to be done.
Well, you know, it's not. Yes, I'm definitely ready for the painting to be done, but it's more than that. Like I'm starting to get just basically tired coming in and standing here in front of it and being, you know, I'm basically. No offense, I'm a performing monkey right now. I'm back and forth with the conversations. This right, so you know, there are just so many days you can do that before it starts to kind of grind you down, and so I'm having a great time doing this, but this is challenging. Every single day coming in and managing the conversation and there's a lot to be done on my end, and trying to pay attention to what I'm saying and make sense of things, trying to bear in mind that we have people who are in here who are not in our program, trying to make sense of what we do to them as well as to the people who are in the program. And so it's like managing the language. And again, it seems like, well, I only paint 3 days a week, and I'm just, the other days I'm actually doing other stuff. I'm actually working. So, doing the performing monkey thing in other ways.
Rebecca said, I have to admit that it looks scary to me now, but I know what his finished work looks like.
Well, if it makes you feel any better, it looks scary to me too. I don't know, right? There's no guarantee that what I'm doing is going to work. All I have is what I do know, and my ability to apply it and kind of manage the problems that are generated by the things I'm doing, right? I've never painted this before, but I do know how to manage shadows and lights and colors and edges. And so I'm just applying that understanding to these new problems. And I don't want to say hoping. I'm not hoping that I can pull it together. I know that no matter what challenges I get here, it's just a matter of time for me to get it right. Now, time could be 1 hour or 50 hours, but I don't surrender, I don't give up. And so as long as I don't give up, I don't ever lose. So just kind of stay with it, and just push through and get it done. Some of this is going to require, some parts of a painting are going to require much greater care and thought and patience than others. And again, this is kind of like a theme we've been going back to over and over. Just because I've delivered other paintings doesn't make this one deliverable. It doesn't mean I'm guaranteed. I still have to do the work. And that's such an important lesson. I still have to do the work. This is not free. I don't get a pass on this just because I've delivered other paintings successfully. It's irrelevant. I have to earn this painting. I have to earn the end result. And if I don't do the work and I don't stay focused, I don't get the end result. And if I stay focused, I do.
Jolene Kelm said, really enjoying this. I have a commission for a double portrait of husband and wife. I am a little anxious.
Well, good. Congratulations. congratulations on the project. I mean, really the best advice I can give to anybody kind of tackling stuff like this is just be patient, take your time, be thoughtful at every step. You know, I mean, that's really what it comes down to. Like, measure everything you do. Like, you listen to what I say. Like 30 years I've been doing this, but I treat it like it's my first painting, and I've got all the information. I have to like figure out how to apply it. I don't take any of it for granted. Everything that I do in here is measured and calculated, and trust me, when I'm at home, I'm thinking about what I'm doing today. Like last night, I got home and I started thinking through the face. How many different approaches could I apply to this? Like from experience, how many different ways do I know that I could jump into this that makes sense? Okay, so I've got 7 approaches. Of the 7, let me kind of walk through each one. Which ones seem hardest? Which ones seem the most risky, right? Because you could have something that might be a little bit more difficult, but is less risky, or something that's more tedious and it's less risky, or something that's more risky, but offers a more relaxed run through the process. And so it's like, once you figure out which ones you think would be most successful, with the least amount of work, maybe you take 3 of that are the best options, and then you have to decide, well, which one are you doing? And so, like, I figured all that out last night, and then this morning I got up and I'm like, okay, so now I'm trying to actively walk through the entire painting process from start to finish using those 3 approaches. So I come in here and you can see I'm still kind of working on which one I'm going to use as I'm mixing my paint. And by the time I'm done mixing my paint, I've decided which approach to use. Doesn't mean it's the one that's going to win. It may not roll out the way I expected, but I'm committed to it at this point. And so now I've got to make it work. Right, and so I want to get this base coat of violet down, and then I think once that's down, I want to deal with my transition. I want to get that out of the way. I don't want to finish up this side and then have to contend with this edge. This edge is where the difficulties are going to be, not in here. So better to do this and then arguably coast through the remainder of the process. So again, I just want to make sure I've got all of this in place. And I'm going to be able to bounce back and forth between my violet and my flesh tones as I do this. It's great. And you know how I know I'm doing it right? I know. You probably don't know, but I'm going to tell you how I know. Standing behind the camera is Daniel. And Daniel is shaking his head yes as I'm describing what I want to do. So I know I've got it.
I do like to contribute where I can.
It's appreciated. I assume that nodding was the green light.
Yep.
I probably should just presume. Again, like I said, I want to maintain texture in here, so I am working to impart texture. Just kind of tapping the brush. The underpinnings don't have to, they're fairly even, but I don't want to have it too smooth as a starting point. I can always smooth it out later if I need. But imparting the texture, that's kind of the whole way along as you work.
Question.
Yes.
How much time do you allot for yourself?
In painting or in life?
I would imagine painting.
In painting, I don't work that way. When I paint, I accept that whatever I'm working on takes what it takes. The painting dictates, right? So I'm allocating 4 hours a day right now, or thereabout. But I can say that I've said 4 hours and I've not hit 4 hours yet, I don't think. I think I'm at 4:15, 4.5. So I can say that I want to get something done in a set amount of time, but in the end, I don't stop working until it's done, right? Until I have a place where I can stop. And I don't want to stop in the middle of something that's really not looking good just because I have a place where I could stop. I like to resolve problems. I don't like to leave problems overnight. I prefer to just deal with my problems when they arise, fight my way through them. And again, that's not always the best thing to do. Sometimes letting something go overnight and kind of thinking it through is the way to go. But you know, for the most part, I try to resolve the things I'm working on while I'm working on them. And so, but in the past, like I actually realized the other day, and I had said this, I haven't done a painting like this in 2 years. It's been a long time. I'm not really taking commissions anymore. I haven't been for a while. And just because the school and the online program and all the other things I have going on, they just don't allow me the time to stand in front of an easel and commit to getting the work done and delivering on time. And really what pulled me away from doing the portrait work is that I can't guarantee delivery dates. I've got a painting sitting here 2 years. This kind of leapfrogged over it, but I have a painting sitting right there on the shelf. It's been here for 2 years. And it's about 12 hours away from completion. And I can't seem to get in front of it to work, right? And so my hope is maybe when this is done, we're still in lockdown for another 12 hours and then I can finish it. I don't need a week or a day, just 12 hours. Half a day will do. But back when I was younger and I had a bit more energy and a bit more focus, my mind wasn't being dragged left and right by this business stuff and that business stuff and meetings, and I could stand in front of an easel 8, 10, 12 hours, no big deal. I'm not talking about when I was in my 20s and I didn't know better, but like in my 30s, even in my early 40s, I could stand in front of an easel for 10 hours and it was, you know, it was heaven. I just enjoy being where I am right now. Standing arm's distance from an easel is just no better place to be. And so I never felt like, oh, you know, I've clocked my 8 hours for the day. It's, you know, time to get out of here. So I never really watched the clock. As I'm getting older, it's getting harder, one, to focus. I've got so many other things, and I'm not really sure if it's that I have so many things going on that even when I'm up here, they kind of creep in a little bit. They distract me. The longer I'm here, the more tired I get, the more those things start kind of encroaching mentally. So I've got that. But also, as I'm getting older, it's getting harder and harder to be on my feet. 8 hours, 10 hours. And I'm not old, but you know, I'm 50 plus at this point. Standing in front of an easel, like imagine getting online at a supermarket for 5 hours and basically just standing there, because that's what I'm doing. Physically, it's what I'm doing. Mentally, I'm somewhere else, but physically, that's what I'm doing. It's hard on the body. So, you know, when you're young, it's not so bad, but as you start getting older, it wears on you. And doing it day after day after day, it just beats you up. And so, over the years, I've gotten quicker and quicker at what I do, meaning that instead of having to clock 8 or 10 hours, I can knock out my work in 3 or 4 hours and pack it in for the day and still have the 10 hours of deliverables. And so, and I'm big on that. I'm big on efficiency. So, trying to find ways to get an equal result with less time in front of the easel. And so, and I imagine as I get older, I'm going to start wanting to sit more instead of stand. But for now, on average, I'm doing about 5 hours a day here. More than that, I start to really feel it. And it's hard to concentrate. It's hard to stay focused. So just a little bit of testing in here. I want to see how this flesh tone looks in here. And I think this is actually perfect. It's not the right shade for the finished painting, but this is going to marry. They're almost the same value. They're going to marry beautifully. So we've talked about this before. I'm going to kind of jump into it. It's a beautiful example. When you're trying to bring things together, either match the values or match the colors. That's a peer-to-peer relationship. So here, I'm trying to match violet with a pinkish tan. These are not colors that are going to play nicely together unless something about them aligns. So here, the colors are very different. So what I'm doing is I'm getting a value to value match. So I could argue that that's a value 4 or value 5, that's a value 5. So value to value, they connect and they marry. Where if this were a value 3 and this were a value 5, the difference between the value, along with the difference between the colors, separates them too far and they won't play nice together. And then you have to create mixtures that would fit in between to marry them, to connect them and make them feel like create a bridge to gap the two things. But here, this will blend beautifully into this because the value it's almost identical. And so in here I've got darker shades, but if I marry it like this, that's easy. I can glaze the darker shade in on top. So if I go to a darker shade of flesh tone, it's not going to play as nicely with the violet. So now I'm fighting at this stage, and I'll probably not get it. Probably is not going to be flawless. It's going to require a little bit of a tweak as a glaze anyway. So I may as well just make that the plan. Just marry this edge, kind of play the violet back and the flesh tone back and forth until I get a nice kind of modeling in here, right? And again, there's not a lot going on in there. I want it to marry nicely. And then all I'll do is I'll glaze this darker shade in here. It'll take me moments next week. I mean, literally one brush stroke and a couple of taps on the edge to dissolve the edge down, and I'll have everything in there. The underpinnings of it will be so smooth because it's a value to value match. And again, these are all things, we've talked about all of these things along the way as I've been working on the portrait. And so some of these things, I'm not going into great depth in explaining them at this point because I have talked about them at length. If you're interested in what I just said, if you're curious a little bit more about it, you'll have to dig through what do we got, like 50 hours of video to find it. But all of these things I've tried to give solid explanations, at least the first time that I have a conversation about each of these topics. Try to make sense of them for everybody. But the general idea with this is just that I need to match either the value, meaning how dark or light it is, color, thing to thing, or I need to match the color. So this could be a value 1 and this could be a value 7 if they're both reds. Red will blend into red no matter what the difference in value is. Right? But if I don't have a color match, then I need to get a value match. And again, even this, just kind of dissolve the edge, pushing it into what's over here. I'm just trying to make sure I don't have an edge because I'm going to glaze in to really kind of finish and refine this. If I see something that doesn't look right to me, I'll take care of it now. But a lot of the finish on this is going to happen in that glaze. And again, it'll all make sense when I do it. I may not be able to see where it's going or how it's going to get there from what I'm doing right now. But I assure you that it is moving in the right direction and it will get there. Again, just kind of let these roll together. They're really, I'm really actually mixing them on the canvas. I just kind of pull this down and just try to dissolve it into the violet that's here. And again, I'll step back and take a look at it once it's all in place. Right, it's not all in place yet. Right, and this is the darkest of my flesh tones, what I'm putting down. This is the darkest shade that I had mixed for my flesh tones. Again, even here, just kind of tapping it. I've got a good good base underneath.
I have a question, Kevin. And this is really coming from me and trying to figure this out for myself, building up my experience. How do you know like when is a good time to step back? Because sometimes I'll put something down and then step back almost too early and start making like different judgment calls on and not committing to the initial decision that I made. And then other times I feel like I step back too late and now I'm kind of stuck down this path that I didn't want to go down. So what's your criteria for knowing when to step back?
So the whole point of stepping away from your work is that the distance kind of scales it down, right? As you get further and further away, it gets smaller, and it becomes easier to see the relationships. How light is this against how dark is that? The colors, like all of that. And so you don't step away until you've established some relationships, right? And so I don't need to, like if I were doing this and I were just blocking this in, I could basically sketch the head and see the heights and widths, kind of explain the proportions of the face if I were doing a painting from direct observation. At that point, I would step back and look at the painting and look at the subject. We'll kind of go back and forth to see if my proportions make sense, because there were relationships in place there. I would then come back up, I'd make adjustments, I'd step back again and look at it again. And then I would do that until the proportions looked right. Then I would block in the shape of the shadow with a color value decision. I'd block in the shape of the lights with a color value decision, and then step back again and see if the color value of the light and the color value of the shadow make sense relative to each other and relative to the subject matter. If so, I would then come up and do the next stage, and I would, again, like I wouldn't do any gradients, because gradients are work, and the gradients turn the form and they confuse, right? If I want to see the value and color of the light on an object, I don't want to see the gradients. I want to see it as a pure flat. Same with the shadow. And so one little thing at a time, I will establish something and then step away from it. But I'm waiting to see things established, enough things that make sense. Again, if I have this painting and I just do the face, it's not really enough. I'd have to get the head, the collar, so like the head, the collar, and the jacket might be good because I've got black, white, and then, right? So those are enough things in a very loose way to see if I've got relationships coming together. The head is not enough, but the white collar and the black jacket, these are simple. Even the background. So when you watch people paint portraits from direct observation, like you'll see them, they'll kind of block in the head and then they'll paint a little background on each side. Maybe just a little swatch right here and a little swatch over here. But what they're doing is they're seeing how the light on the face or the shadow on the face relates to the background. The background's easier to make sense of because it's flat, right? It's one color value. Where in the face, there's all of these ins and outs and all of these details and all of, there's just so much to figure out. It's easier to see this edge against this edge. They're both flat. This against this against, right? Flat shade against flat shade against flat shade. This is a relationship that's easy to make sense of. This ear against this background is dizzying. What are you looking at? The shadow, the light, the gradients? There's gradients all over the place in here. Like, which shade are you grabbing? So you try to get a couple of flats, jacket, shirt, background. Those are three flat things that are easy to assess the color values and make sure they all line up. This is dark enough against this being light enough against this being even lighter. This color against this color, temperature, right? You figure those things out. Then when you put the head in, you know these relationships are right. So then you're looking at how these things relate to the head. But you would need to get that much information in place, not detailed, but just kind of laid in, just blocked in before you start looking. So yes, you can do the head and the head looks fine on the white canvas, but the white canvas is not the relationship that you're building. So then you're good and you finish up the head on the white canvas. And then when you put the background in, all of a sudden, the head looks so bright and it's like, well, how did that happen? And it's just that you didn't establish enough relationships to figure out if the relationships all made sense for where the painting was going at the end. So it's a matter of establishing enough relationships, and it's the simple ones, not the complex stuff. It's the simple ones that you're going to build off of. So you want to, and again, always looking to treat things like the jacket can be treated like a two-dimensional flat graphic, as can the shirt, as can the background. Even if this is fluted later on and the jacket is all these ins and outs and we've got this, I can see this against this against this as flat shades. Too much turn in the form of the head to figure that out. At least as a starting point. Does that answer your question? A little bit?
Yeah. Lost the chew on there.
Yeah. But it's a matter, and you learn like through experience, which things do you need to really, which things make up the relationships that you need in order to make sense of what you're looking at, right? Because that's really what it is. Like, your experience will tell you, you need this, this, and this. Maybe you need 4 things, 3 flat and 1 that's not flat, in order to see the relationships. Or maybe you need 5 or 6, right? But like as you go, if you pay attention to how many relationships you've built, at some point you say, oh, I tend, when I have 3 relationships, it's not enough information. Where if you have 5, when you're checking it, you're like, oh, that seems to be enough to, right? So like you think about triangulation. GPS is done using triangulation, right? So it's 3 points that intersect, and so 2 doesn't work. 3, you need 3 in order to do it. In here, 2 relationships might not be enough to figure out what the third one is. 3 might not be enough. 4 might be exactly what you need, and everyone's different. Some people they can see it. They look, and for whatever it is about them, they're able to see it. And I would make the assertion that they've been exposed to more visual stimulation that challenge them, right? Whatever it is that they've been doing in their life, they've been forced to look more carefully at things. And so as they get older and they start getting into art and kind of refining their skills, that they are more prepared. And so they can see a relationship between this and this without these. And again, that doesn't mean it's perfect, but it's a skill that's honed. It's always a skill that's honed. But pay attention to where it is that you're successful in it and where you're not. Mm-hmm. And if you do that, eventually you'll find that sweet spot, and you'll know 3 relationships isn't enough. You need the 4th one. That's all. Mm-hmm. And over time, you'll find that though you needed the 4th one before, you don't need it anymore. You're able to manage without it. Right? And that's just time.
And it also sounds like, from what you're saying, that you have like a specific question in mind when you do step back? Or is it more of a general, how does this look, and just assessing everything? Depends.
It's funny. It's some of these questions, they're hard to answer. It's like, because they're so buried and interconnected with so many other things.
Yeah.
Right? Because I can step back, and the amount of information that I'm looking for maybe the first time I step back is based purely on value. And that's a very simple calculation. And then the next time I step back, I'm now putting value and color together. Right? I'm looking at temperature, maybe the 4th pass. I'm looking, right? I'm managing different parts of the equation at different stages, and I really don't think about it anymore. I'm to the point where I'm not actually thinking about it that way. The mechanisms are all in place. Mm-hmm. Now, if I come across something that is complicated, I have to slow it down and kind of break it down differently. Mm-hmm. Now I get back into the mechanics, which is why it's so important to have those foundations. Always go back to them. Value, color, edge. I don't care how far along you are. When something's tripping you up, you don't try to figure out what's tripping you up. You go back to those 3 fundamentals. How are my values? Are they correct? Look at the values as values. Are my shadows darker than my lights? Am I finding places where I have things in my shadows that are lighter than things that are in the light? If that's the case, you found a problem. You know how to fix it if you can find it. If you then move to colors. Are your lights more colorful than your shadows? Are your lights the correct color? Are your lights warm and your shadows cool, or the other way around, right? So you kind of run down a checklist, and if all your colors are in place and all your values are in place, you know the problem that you're running into is an edge problem, right? And so most of the time, I'm making those calculations and I don't even think about them. No different than, right? So when you speak, you don't think about the alphabet, right? You're not putting together words and thinking that word is comprised of these letters. Oh, next word is comprised of these letters. Next word is, right? You don't think like that. You have words. So the fundamentals, the base that everything is built on, the alphabet, doesn't even cross your mind while you're composing your statements that you're making or processing things that are being said to you. And you're not even thinking word by word. You're thinking in terms of phrases and connecting those phrases to your own experiences as to like the subtle nuance, right? So someone says a sentence to you, and you're not only ignoring the letters, but you're not even really, you're getting the idea of what they're saying, translating it, right? We have miscommunications all the time. We're translating it. We're also connecting it in the moments that it's happening to the tone of a person's voice, their body language, like there's all of this stuff. Where's the alphabet in that? The alphabet, A, B, C, D. None of that happens without that alphabet, but we don't think about it. When things break down, we start going back closer and closer to the alphabet, looking at, what the phrase means, what the potentials of each word, how they're said, even placement of a word in a sentence. Then, like going back down to the words individually, what does each word mean? So, because words have multiple meanings, right? And some of the meanings are similar depending on the tone, right? There's all these things that kind of go into it, and a painting is like that. It's tone and it's attitude and it's the language, and it's like this word was used instead of this word, and they're almost the same, but not quite, right? And it's like there's so many things that go into it, but all of it is built on top of the 26-letter alphabet, at least for me. And so you don't think about the alphabet, you don't think about like even the words until there's a problem. Then you say, what did that person mean? What was that word? Like they said that, but I just want to make sure that it means what I think it does, because I think that was an insult, right? And so you go back and you kind of check these things, and again, it's not like you're cracking open, but like even momentarily, someone says something, and it's like it takes them 2 seconds to say it. They go on to other things, and your brain's still processing that statement, trying to make sense of it if it wasn't crystal clear. And so it's the same with painting. Like in the places where it's crystal clear, you talk and you talk and you talk and you talk. I'm not thinking about what I'm saying. I'm just going on and on. My brain is kind of like my mouth is going, I know what I'm saying. I know what my intent is, but I won't slow down until I come across something that I'm trying to describe that I don't have crystal clear language for. And I want to make sure I'm saying exactly what I mean, or I'm expressing exactly what I mean and not being ambiguous about it, that there might be a miscommunication. And so painting is no different than that as a language. Right? So everything that's easy, everything that makes sense, everything that's just kind of roll through, you take all of that for granted. It's only when you hit a place where you're like, well, what do I mean? What am I trying to say? How do I say it? How do I express it the way that I mean? So now you're dealing in the words. Which word do you use? You have 12 words that mean generally the same thing, but which one is the right one? Which one sounds right in the sentence? Right? Because even the choice of a word, you can use a word, you get 3 words that mean exactly the same thing, but one of them sounds more like the tone of what you're trying to say.
Like a rock or a stone?
Yeah, but there are so many words that kind of fall into that, and of course, like I'm drawing a blank on it right now, but there's so many words that are like that, where the word that you choose, even if you have 3 options that are basically the same exact thing, just the sound of the word in that space conveys more of the feeling that you intend, rather than rather than another word which means the same thing, maybe giving a different impression. And again, how I feel about how the word looks or feels. And authors do that all the time. They'll put a word in it and it's like they don't like the way the word looks in the sentence. So there's another word that looks, the spelling, the choice of letters that go into it feel better in the sentence. Look, even gray, G-R-A-Y, G-R-E-Y. To me, gray with an E is blue. Gray with an A is green. Don't ask me why. And I know there's a lot of people out there. If you've never thought about gray before, that's probably insane to you. But there's actually there are artist debates about this. And again, there are places where, like again, I see those two spellings as different colors of gray. So if I'm writing gray, depending on what I'm trying to explain, I spell it differently. And if you look in the program, in places, it's spelled differently. It's not because I'm dumb and I can't remember how to spell it. It feels right that way in that statement. Gray with an E feels sturdier. Gray with an A feels like it can be blown away by a delicate wind. And don't ask, again, but it's, again, the choice of how I spell it. And even when I say it, like I know which gray I mean. No judging. And again, I'm even imparting. There's like little specks of hair in here, like from his beard. Some of that stuff, I can even just leave these marks in place. And when I glaze over it, it's gonna really kind of, again, I'm imparting more texture while I'm doing this. And so this is gonna wind up looking a little frosted over today. I promise you, when I do the glaze on this, it's gonna be like, wow. It's gonna change so much when I glaze it, especially because of how I'm handling this. Very, very small amounts of paint on the brush. I mean, there's barely anything. I'm actually wiping the brush off after I grab paint. That way I'm not running over what's here. I'm not going to brutalize this painting, overstate this stuff. I mean, this is one of those things, so in a lot of ways, kind of deconstructing this edge. I'm tearing it apart again, and I'm fine with that. I'm going to break the edge down, weaken it, and then make it stronger in my next pass when I do my glazing.
Like muscles?
Yeah. It's like working out at the gym. You break the muscle down by lifting, and then it grows back stronger. And again, you can see, like, I said this earlier on, like, this is not necessarily even the best brush for this. A stippling brush, a bigger stippling brush, which I don't have. I have bigger ones, I just don't know where they are. I think they're over at the other studio. But a stippling brush would actually be better for this. This brush is doing the job. So I went from, instead of having a soft stippling brush, softer than this, I went to a very stiff bristle brush. And so, this is forcing me to be a little bit gentler as I work, because it's making some pretty aggressive marks. And so I'm having to contend with that as I go. But again, I've talked at length about how, as you develop your skills, You should be able to work with any tool. There is no perfect brush. There is no perfect anything. Like, so again, you know, I talk about Old Holland all the time, the paint that we use. As a student, this is definitely the paint you need to use, I mean, in my opinion, because it guarantees you that every mark you make, every mixture you make, if there's a problem, the problem is you, it's not the paint. Student grade paints, that's not the case. You could be doing everything right and still not get a result. And so when you're learning, that's the last thing you want. But like for me, I can work with a student grade paint and get the same result. It's a fight though, but I can fight that fight because I know what I'm doing. I can use the wrong brush and get the result because I know what I'm doing. And so, though I recommend use the right paint, use the right brush, use the right canvas, use the right everything, why make the job harder for yourself, right? As long as you can, why would you make it more work than it needs to be? But as somebody who has fully developed their skills, it should be irrelevant what brush you're using. You can figure out a way to make just about any brush do what you want. I mean, it would be excruciating to do it, but I could probably paint this with a fan brush. I don't mean this, I mean this, the whole painting. I wouldn't want to, it would be awful, but I probably could. Yeah, Daniel's making faces. It would be an excruciating experience, but it could be managed. But if you can, like when you're learning, use the right tools. But once you know what you're doing, kind of branch out. Like I said, I'm partial to my paint. I stay with it, and the reason, and actually, you know, I think I may have even said this before, but I'll say it again. It's worth saying. I depart from a lot of other pros where this is concerned. I think the two most important things are your canvas and your paint. I think the brushes are a luxury, right? Because I don't deliver the brushes to the client. I deliver the canvas and the paint, and that has to endure. And so if I'm using cheap canvas, garbage stretcher, mediocre paint, the product, the thing the client is buying that is supposed to endure, won't. The brush, I could spend $100 on a brush and have 50 brushes like that, and it could make my life so much easier, but it's a luxury. Again, I could take a $2 brush and make this painting. I wouldn't want to, but I could. And I've talked about this. Most of my brushes are very cheap. They're inexpensive. They're practically throwaways. And I've gotten accustomed to working that way. Again, I spend my money on my paint. I spend my money on my canvas, my stretchers. Stretchers are handmade. They're made when I order them. They're not coming off a shelf somewhere. And they're made to the specifications that I want. And so, so I don't know if I gave the name of the company I get my stretchers from, but the company where I get my stretchers made is called Twin Brooks Stretchers. So Daniel can post that. But Twin Brooks Stretchers, the guy who you would talk to there, his name is Chris. Best stretchers. I mean, they're so sweet. They're so nice to work with. But all handmade. They're up in Maine. But again, like this painting, I stretched it originally. I haven't gone back and keyed it out, but it's tight as a drum. The stretcher is this thick and it's hardy. You couldn't bend or warp this stretcher if you tried. And trust me, I lean into these when I stretch them. They're just absolutely top of the line. And again, it's not something to do while you're learning. But when you start if you're doing professional work and you're delivering something that matters, that painting's going to be on the stretcher forever. It's never going to come off. It's part of your deliverables. And again, you charge your client for it. And I can tell you, the value of the stretcher, add the extra money onto the cost of the painting, right? When you deliver the painting and you show them what's going on behind the painting, I can tell you that I can spend as much time behind the canvas talking about what's back there with a client when I'm delivering the painting as I can in the front of the canvas. They're interested in this, but they're also interested in what's behind. When you talk to them about it, if you're interested in it, they will be interested in it. And so it's not like you're throwing away money there. there's a story to be told. And I can tell you that people like to be able to share. So if somebody gets a portrait from you and it's on a really nice handmade stretcher and it's a high-grade linen, and when you bring them around to the back of the painting, you talk to them about it, they're taking notes, because when they show the painting to their friends, you better believe they're going to tell them about those special things. So some dinky store-bought canvases, you know, with cheap wood and splinters, and it's a serious piece. It's almost like furniture, And I can tell you, whenever, and I've been getting stretchers for them for 20 years, I think. Every time a box from them shows up, I get happy. It's like opening up a fresh roll of Claessens linen. You open it up and it's like, you can smell Belgium. And it's great. It's great. It feels like home every time I do either one of those. And that's how it should feel. You should be excited about what you work with. But again, so for me, the delivered product is where I spend my money. On my paint, on my canvas, on my stretcher. The brushes, again, they're a luxury unless I was giving them with the painting, but the brushes are just a tool. Most of the pros that I know, they spend their money on the luxury of brushes. The paint is not important to them, which to me is crazy. They'll paint with anything that's paint. And again, I mean, it's pretty cool, but like for me, what I deliver, and again, like for me, I'm painting portraits that are heirlooms. This painting, I know that unless New York City is burned to the ground, this painting is going to sit in this amphitheater for 100 years. I don't want it to look any different like this in 100 years. I want it on the day that it's taken out of that room and archived, I want it to still look like this. I don't want it delaminating. I don't want the paint fading. I want it to look exactly the way I delivered it. Plus a little bit of age, which can be cleaned up, by a restoration person. So, but the idea is that if I deliver something that the materials that it's built on are subpar, the likelihood that it's going to survive like that diminish greatly. And so the deliverables is where the money goes for me. This is actually really starting to look nice to me. I don't know how it looks from there, but that's a huge difference. Actually, and at this point, I'm going to step away to take a look. So busy talking.
I was wondering when you're going to do that.
Yeah, there we go. There we go. Feeling much better now. Okay.
Yeah, it looks really good. Question about the stretchers.
Yes.
From Becky. You have to do something to it after it arrives?
You have to assemble it. It doesn't come assembled. You have to put it together.
I think they actually do.
Small ones.
They will
come.
Stretch it for you if you ask. Like with a
but
few.
You're talking about your shipping costs are going to be staggering.
Yeah.
If they make it for you. Smaller ones they build, but if you start getting into bigger ones, you build them yourself. But it's not a lot of work, and it's a good thing to be intimately connected with the process.
You build that relationship.
You can have your stretchers done for you, but to me, like, stretching the canvas yourself is the beginning of the process, right? Putting your stretcher together is part of the process of making the painting. And so I don't ever let somebody else do that for me. It in a lot of ways, it warms me up before I start painting. And so I view even that as part of the painting process. And again, just because I feel that way doesn't mean you need to. I just feel that way. It's kind of like I think about the preparation, putting the stretcher together, stretching the canvas, doing all of that. It's almost like taking an entry ramp onto a highway. I don't want to start the painting at the bottom of the entry ramp and have to get up to highway speeds from a standstill. I like to kind of roll in and pick up my speed, and so when I make the first mark on the canvas, I'm already moving at highway speed. And the process of all the steps and their work, like stretching a canvas like this is a little bit rough on the hands. Stretchers, the stretching pliers and a stapler and all of that. But again, it's part of the process. It kind of wakes me up and it gets me into this piece of art. But I never entrust this work to anybody. I do it myself. 20 years of portraits, I am still always stretching my own canvas. Again, to me, it's part of the process. And it can be done wrong. It can be done wrong, and you can wind up with a canvas that's poorly stretched.
Question.
Yes.
If you use linen, does it still need to be gessoed?
If you're buying linen that is already primed, no. Right, so it depends what you're buying. Right, so if you buy, I would recommend buying primed linen. Do not prime your own linen. First of all, you need a workshop for that. You don't do that in your house. You need a workshop. It's messy work. Second, it's a skill set. Like, you don't just wake up one day and decide you're going to prime a piece of linen and go at it. There's actually a process for it. And it's not as simple as you might think. It's not roll the linen out and just put gesso on it. That's not the process. First of all, I'm not going to get into the process, but trust me when I tell you, it is a lengthy process to do it right. Not to do it, but to do it right. Let the pros do that, right? You hire the pros by buying the pre-made, pre-primed linen. Until you get to the point, like if you want to prime your linen in lead, which some people do, then you do that yourself because it's got to be stretched before you prime it. You can prime, like again, you get rolls of linen, it's pre-primed, but they're not lead. But anyway, pre-primed linen, Claessens is what I recommend. Anything up to like 36 by 48, you go with their ultra fine portrait linen. I think it's number 13. They go one step coarser than that, which is fine, which is number 13 or number 12, I believe, and you can go to almost just about any scale with that. But that's a really, really beautiful surface to work on. I would say there is not a more beautiful surface. But I've seen a linen, I believe Odd Nerdrum works with it, and it is a herringbone pattern, which is gorgeous. I've never worked on it. It's beautiful as a substrate. I don't know, from the standpoint of making a painting, I don't know. You'd probably have to work pretty heavily on it, but the patterning of the weave, the herringbone zigzags back and forth, and the pattern kind of runs down. It's a really beautiful material. Again, I couldn't say from a painting standpoint, I've never worked on it, so I couldn't say it's a great subject, it's a great surface to work on, but it is beautiful as a material. One of the things I like about Claessens is that you don't see a pattern weave. It doesn't look mechanical. It looks very natural. And in that, you wind up with little knots and things, and sometimes they're in uncomfortable places. You get a knot right in the middle of a nose or an eye, but it's part of the painting. You step back 3 feet, it disappears. But when you're up close painting, it can be a little like, ugh, why did this, I just happened to be right here. But the natural feel of it, it's just such a beautiful surface to work on for particularly a portrait. It feels organic instead of mechanical. And I think the last thing you want on a painting like this is some mechanical pattern holding everything up. And again, to me, everybody has their own feelings about the stuff, but for me, like, that's really where I fall. this down. Again, some of these shapes are winding up being kind of messed with at this point, like in here. But a glaze will take care of that. I'm really, so right now what you're seeing, there's nothing but experience being applied here. I know that based on my experience, I know how to manipulate this without even thinking about it. I know how to manipulate it so that it'll be like absolutely like just a perfect place for what the glaze is going to offer. I couldn't explain it to you if I tried. I just know, if I spent, and the reason I say that is I would have to teach you so many things that you would have to understand through having played with them after I explained it to you, to then be able to help you to make sense of why this is going to work, right? And I'm manipulating them, like I said again, deconstructing the painting, things that were already almost there, deconstructing them to prep them for what will come. And again, I didn't know that I was taking the painting this way. I found that out today while I was working. And I have a feeling that after I finish this, I'm actually going to roll across the face and build in all the highlights. I've got a gut feeling that that's where I'm going. It was not my intention when I started today, but it feels like that's what's going to be going on, because I'm seeing places where I could really kind of start bringing up those highlights and prepping it to just be glazed with nothing else to bring the face to completion. Just making sure I'm kind of going back and forth, dropping more of the violet back in so that the violet is not just being pushed out by the flesh tone. And again, I'm just kind of cross-hatching as I go. I am not rendering anything. I am just creating patterns of movement in here. Because there's no way to make sense of this. Like, look between my fingers. There's no way to make sense of that. So I'm just trying to make sure that I maintain the random nature of it as I work. Just trying to make sure that transitions so that when I drop my glazing here and establish the bend in the form, that I don't have purple on this side and flesh tone on that side. But I do want to make sure also underneath that there's no clear, distinct break in the transition here. I'll let the dark glaze explain the transition, right? And so that's why it's so important that these values kind of line up and make sense and blend so beautifully underneath. Again, this brush is not a good brush for blending. No mark that I put down with this brush is going to blend. Every mark is going to have a distinct feel to it. violet creeping into the side of his nose. His nose is, you know, protrudes from his face, so the light is hitting here. It's just glancing the edge of his nose here. So I'm just dropping that in. Really kind of liking the way this feels right now. That moved along quickly. Good. Very nice. I'm going to drop some of this violet up in here as well. Just start kind of building this stuff out. There's going to be more going on in here. I just want to get a little bit of this color in so that it marries this together. And you can see there's still a lot of this brown is kind of showing through in here. I want to kind of play with this edge a little bit more and knock it down before I start building up in here. And I may actually not even get lighter. I may simply lay in heavier passes of the other shade. Again, because as I get lighter, I get less color. Right, I'm adding white in, so I'm getting less and less and less color. But if I can keep that color, and just by making it denser, again, like if I put a bolder mark, let's just say, that's bright against this, I might not need to elevate the value. Or maybe I only elevated one value instead of 2 or 3. So, but by keeping it this shade and simply getting bolder with the marks, I'm able to maintain the amount of color. The lighter I get, like the less color there's going to be in it. So it's almost like if you think about a glass of coffee, when there's no, or even tea for that matter, if you hold it up to the sun or to the light, you'll see it's a rich color. A single drop of cream wipes the color out and turns into mud. Same with paint. So every bit of white that I put into this strips away the color. I want color, right? This actually, as purple as it is, doesn't look overwhelming against the flesh tone. And so if I can maintain that just the way it is, it's actually really good. And again, the form of the face is not being defined yet. I'm still in a place where the face is not well defined. Like all of this in here is still kind of flat. And so same over here. Like from here to here is actually the side of his face, not the front. But right now it's kind of, he's fattening up because I haven't set this back. This is not falling back into space yet because there's nothing in here explaining the bend in the form from frontal plane to receding plane. When I glaze that in, the face is going to go from being like this, and it's going to just tighten up. But I want to make sure, again, all of these underpinnings, this stuff that's going to be underneath that darker shade, are doing what they're supposed to do, that they're in place. again, the same way the light is coming along and it's hitting the nose, catching just the edge of the eye here. Right, it's here on the lid, and then it's a little bit right down in here. It's not over here, just on the edge. So I'm going to take a soft brush and I'm just going to tap some of this down before I start building up. I want to make sure, before I start building up thicker paint in here, I want to make sure these transitions are all, that they're solid, that I've got enough coverage. I broke out this is another, it's a different kind of a brush. I've never used it before. It kind of looks like the right brush for what I want to do, so I'm just going to play with it a little bit and see what it does. It's a watercolor wash brush, but I think it's soft enough to do what I want it to do. I could be wrong. I'll find out as I work. And again, I'm not so much dragging as kind of tapping. Trying to just flatten out the paint that I've put down. Not really liking it. Okay, that's not the right brush. So here, just kind of. Again, I'm not looking to move the paint around very much. Just want to make sure everything, that it's all kind of flattened in its space. I am going to build this up and I'm going to be putting more texture into it. So this is just an underpinning. It's allowed to be a little bit more subdued. It does a good job of holding the space, but I've got to build up the lights in here. If there's too much going on in here at every level, at the base level, at the moderate level, at the light level, it's going to be a little bit too much. And so I want to kind of neutralize some of this. I don't want as much in the way of variation as the brush gave me when I first put it down. That way I can pick and choose where the real variation gets dropped in this next pass. And again, I have places where I've got these really bold hits where I just got a lot of paint came off the brush. And I want to neutralize those. I want to control them. These transitions, I want to make sure that they're soft. I don't have any like hard or harsh breaks in them. I can always build more texture in later on. Right? All I have to do is go back with the same brush and the same paint and build more texture in later on if I decide I need it. And I can even do that after I glaze. I don't want to get stuck with something here that I may decide later on I don't want. There's not much fear of that, to be honest, because I can glaze this into just about anything I want. I'll be able to knock a lot of this down with a glaze if I choose. But I do, again, I don't want to force the glaze pass to do any work that I can easily do right now. And look, that's sound like a scratch record saying that, but I'm always, when I'm glazing or when I'm working, I'm always trying to resolve as much as I can, not leaving it for a subsequent pass but dealing with the problem right now, right here, right now. And I try to never think of glazing as a way of fixing things. I just didn't want to take the time to do right at the moment. And a lot of people do that. A lot of people, when they glaze, they think of glazing as a way to repair their painting in the places where they were too lazy to just do it right at the time. And I think like it's not a good way to go about doing your work. I'm just trying to open up some of these shadows. I'm going to glaze them all in and strengthen them later on. So at this point, if I can open them up a little bit, it gives me a little bit more room to play with them. I'm able to build a little bit more texture. Again, right now, it kind of looks going to look a little frosted, but it won't look that way later on when I drop color in on top of it. As I can let some of the texture of the canvas do the work for me. Nice way to kind of marry these lights as they come down into these darker shadows. And again, you see I'm back to using the brush that I applied the paint with to try to make the transitions. Not just leaning on a fan brush or another tool. And there's paint on this brush. So if I can make the transitions with the brush through application of paint, that's even better. And so much of this at this point, I am just playing this by ear. I'm just painting. Every mark goes down based on the one that went down before it, and I'm just kind of moving it along, trying to create those transitions. And again, it really is impossible to describe why I'm doing each mark as I'm doing it. Brushes, some strokes I'm pushing, some I'm pulling, some are side to side. They're all different based on what is happening in real time here. Again, it makes it too hard to explain. And again, unfortunately, most of the videos that exist out on the market are stuff like this, but the artists give the impression that they can explain what they're doing, all the different things that go into it. Like, I can describe this to you. You're watching it. How it doesn't look that hard. I mean, I'm just kind of tapping this with with a brush that has almost no paint on it, barely making a mark. I mean, it doesn't look that difficult. And if I told you that it was easy and described it to you in a way that made it sound easy, you'd probably walk away thinking it was no big deal. And then you would try to do it and you'd be like, I have no talent. You like my I have no talent voice?
Yeah.
But this is what happens. I mean, people get an impression from watching that it's as easy as what you see. And it's just generally not. There's a lot more to it. I can only do this because I've done it 1,000 times. Okay, I understand in my bones exactly where this is going. Every mark that goes down, I know when it goes down if it's right or wrong. I'm correcting every mark that's not right as I go, making my adjustments. How do you explain every adjustment that you make? Like, you can't. And therein lies the theater that I keep talking about. And so I'm looking for patterns of movement in here. So I placed it, it's above this shadow, right? So kind of like in here, and then I'm looking for its height. And now from there, I can see there's a movement of additional light that comes down in this direction, kind of towards the bottom of the lobe, but it only goes halfway across, so from here to here, half. And then it starts its way up, and it runs a little closer to the hairline. Actually kind of runs right between here and here, so it's coming up right in here. And so again, as I'm building this up now, I'm looking for landmarks, things to tell me where these marks go. This kind of comes down here. This, all right, and I've got another one. Right that edge. Breaking up the edges, marrying it into what's there. Not looking to make it finished. I'm trying to make it finished enough for what I will build on top of it. So some of it is going to wind up, when I finish today, it'll be overstated because I know it's going to get knocked down. So I'm very, very happy with where this is at the moment. I'm gonna kind of work back in. I'm gonna start grabbing some of my flesh tone, and I'm actually gonna mix it in with the violet and just play this edge a little bit. So again, even though these match value-wise, they're so close, I'm actually gonna create an admixture between them, just like a 50-50 mixture between the violet and the flesh tone. And I'm gonna use that on the edge where these two meet to connect them. And again, it's just going to help to make things a little transition a little smoother. I'm being pretty gentle about it. I'm just trying to knock the edge down, nothing more. So I'm hitting, the brush is landing half on the purple or violet and half on the flesh. And that's just going to give me a really nice soft transition. It is neither flesh nor violet light, the flesh tone. Right, just nice and easy. I'm not trying to just completely wipe out the difference between the two. They're so distinctly different. I'm only trying to make a soft transition, but not wipe out the edge. Like you look at the edge here, it's so sharp, so distinct. I don't need to eradicate it. I just want to knock it down a little bit so that I have the flexibility to establish that edge as I see fit later on. It's still there. It's not really going away, but I knock it down just a little bit. Get lots of texture in here.
Just a reminder to speak up a little bit louder when you're talking.
Okay. No, this is just kind of rolling around. It's actually starting to kind of roll. That even though there's no shadow in here yet, it's starting to turn. Like I see it. So that's good. That makes me happy. Establish this a little bit better. So I think I'm gonna leave this as it is, and I'm gonna start kind of rolling that flesh tone. I want to soften this a little bit more. And I want to start rolling that highlight over into the face a little bit. And I'm going to do that before I jump in and do the hair. I mean, we're actually making really, really good time on this. So I'm just going to basically grab my flesh tone and kind of start moving it over and addressing some of the highlights that will help to turn the form and bring things forward, explain more of what's going on, give more dimension. That's going to go in so that when I glaze, I don't have to worry about those highlights. So I am going to grab a softer brush so that I can try to this is paint from the other day, obviously the flesh tones, so it's stiffening up a little bit on me as I'm working. So this is just a softer brush. It's going to allow me to get softer marks. And again, there's a lot going on here. It doesn't have to be like butter smooth. But I don't want it to be harsh. Just kind of push gently back into the violets here. Allow the colors to kind of mingle a little bit. All right, this is really where the lights are. Smudging down the edge a little bit. Normally I would say fingers are not tools for painting with, but I see so many people do it and it looks so cool. And it's easier than going and grabbing another brush to do it. So you're just kind of pulling over and just trying to see if I can establish some of this value in other places that it'll read as a lighter value inside of an area. Even here, just like somebody was asking about how I put in the texture, like all of this, the marks. So now as I start kind of dabbling here, I'm going to be able to get lighter and darker, not drastically so, but a little bit lighter, a little bit darker. And that's going to allow me, to break up where arguably flatter areas to give an impression of a little bit more variation, which is what we're seeing in darker and lighter marks. I don't want to overdo this. I just want to look for places where this value will function to as a slightly lighter shade within what's already down. So it's going to do a lot over here. But I'm looking in here to see if there are places. And again, it's not a lot lighter. It's very subtle. But it does allow me to break up and create that patterning. And again, doesn't have to be a lot. Doesn't have to be overly contrasted. So now down in here, let's see what I can do in here. So in here, and again, this brush, because it's a hard brush, a bristle, I'm going to be able to kind of wisp in what fairly clean marks. They're gonna hold their shape, and you're gonna be able to see the brush, like the nature of the brush in the mark as it goes down. It's gonna stay there. So all of this is going, any place I use this brush, I'm going to start seeing of what looks like texture. Again, I do want to make sure that I'm paying attention to my form. I want to make sure my gradients are sustained. Thinking about edges as I go, but I'm also thinking about the texture that's being left behind. And again, a couple of taps in here, and I get these distinct marks that almost feel like pores in the skin. I would never paint them indirectly, but if I can get them with very little effort this way, it's a pretty good deal. Right, and they are imprecise, but they're being built, right? They're organic in nature because the brush is simply giving me what it's giving me. I don't get to demand precision as I'm kind of tapping and letting the rigid structure and the bristles where they hit the canvas, allowing them to dictate so much. But I've got smooth underpinnings. I've got all this controlled stuff underneath, so it's okay if I have something a bit more organic on top. And then it's a matter of figuring out where these things are coming in. I want to be careful not to let these darker recesses get too dark relative to what I'm putting down. I want to make sure that they stay, that they don't feel like plugged up and black, but they're more just a matter of that as I elevate my lighter shades in here, that they kind of come up with them. And I can go in with a very fine brush afterwards and pull out a couple of sharper details if need be. You can see I'm elevating the value and creating more contrast. Again, some of this is the texture of the canvas. I'm just kind of dusting the surface of it. Some of it is the brush itself imparting its own fingerprint. Allowing all of it to have a little bit of say in what's going on here. Again, to try to paint something that is organic in a completely controlled manner is impossible. I mean, if I scaled this up to 5 times its size, I could go in and render every detail that way. But at a scale like this, I've got to allow the tools to do some of the work for me. little bit at a time. Again, some of this is just breaking up edges, just making an edge feel coarser than the initial smooth pass made it look. Gives a little bit more texture. You see me just tapping in. There's going to be so much more going on in here later on when I put the glaze in. I'm just I'm actually thinking in terms of my lights right now and making sure that they're all doing what they're supposed to do. Elevating them in places where I feel like they need to be lighter to account for what the glaze is going to do when it goes in.
Just so you know, Kevin, it's 2 o'clock.
Yeah, we're gonna break in a few minutes. I'm just gonna finish up a little bit more of this. Again, each of these things I'm doing, I'm just following. I'm kind of working my way around and trying to resolve everything. Again, just getting a little bit of texture into it. I'm not repainting. I'm almost just texturizing the painting at this point. Looking for places where this value reads as a light, and I can break up a shape that is too solid. Because there's not a lot of solids, there's not a lot that's solid here. so much of what's here is textured. It's almost entirely textured. And so the painting in its first pass, very soft. Breaking some of that up and creating the impression of texture is, well, the painting's not going to work without it. Not a painting of this guy. Obviously, if this was a 12-year-old kid, that's different. I wouldn't have to go in and do this kind of texturing. But to bring this to life, to really make it look and feel like him, it's got to have some of this. And again, you can overdo it. You got to be careful about that. You can overdo this. So you do want to be careful. But again, a little bit breaking these things up is just going to make it feel more natural, make it more recognizable as being him. And this isn't hard work. This is actually pretty easy, what I'm doing right now. Because I'm just looking for places where it's dark and it's flat, and I say dark, relatively speaking, and that this shade would be the shade that I could use to kind of overwrite the dark and break it up and impart, just by tapping it, a little bit of texture. And the value of the marks is immediately recognizable. It's not like I have to get everything done for it to make sense. I'm seeing it in real time with every mark that goes down. If the mark is valuable, if it's well placed, if it's doing what I want it to do. Right, and I'll move to a lighter value after I finish with this one and move in and texture areas that are lighter. And again, the glaze is going to help to neutralize some of this, so I can really kind of texture to my heart's content without worrying about overdoing it, because the glazes are going to push this back. They are going to neutralize some of it. And there's actually quite a bit of texture in here already. Really, when I blended everything out, later in the evening on that first day I was working on this, or the last time I worked on this, I imparted quite a bit of texture. And you'll see that some of these places where I'm using the brush differently, I'm not tapping, I'm kind of just drawing in. So I'm just going to finish in here, and then we're going to take a quick break. Again, even as I'm doing that, I'm still thinking gradients. I'm thinking some of the form. I want to make sure I'm pulling some of these lights out that may not be as distinct in the painting as they need to be to explain, again, form, three-dimensional aspects of the space. Again, trying to make sure I'm not making anything too harsh. I mean, there are some harsh things here, but I'm trying to make sure that I don't embed something that will then be a fist fight to deal with later on, should I decide that relative to the whole that it needs to be adjusted softer. I want to try to stay away from putting things in that force my hand. Again, easier to put in sharp shapes, sharp edges, hard to take out sharp edges. So
Got everyone back?
just continuing with exactly what I was doing, just breaking some of these shapes up. Again, in the process, what I'm doing is I'm elevating the value a little bit, bringing it more in line with what I need in order to glaze it to where I want it to be. And again, I'm imparting texture and I'm elevating my values. And again, like this stuff is kind of graying down and frosting over. It's what I'm putting down right now that's kind of graying everything out. It's actually a very colorful base flesh tone. And so it's just kind of sinking in. If I seal this, it's going to come right back up to where it's going to become colorful again. So I'm not really worried about how it's kind of frosting over. All of that will go away when it's sealed, and I will seal it again going into before next week. It'll be necessary before I start glazing. And again, just trying to impart texture here.
Kevin, I'd like to take a closer look to show everyone the texture, if that's okay.
Yes. Yeah, you can see it's really quite loose. You step back 18 inches and it tightens up. You don't see the brush strokes at all, but you got to get really close. I mean, you're only about 6 inches from the painting there. So you get an idea of just how coarse the brush strokes are.
You've got a couple wows.
Thank you.
Alan Yost, he just came in because he resisted signing in this morning so he could do his Evolve homework.
Good man. Again, you see, just every place that I can, I'm utilizing the brush to give me the mark that best describes what it is that I need. So some places I'm dragging it, some places I'm tapping it, some places I have very little paint on the brush, some places I have more. Some places I need a little bit more control, steadier hand. And again, it doesn't have to be textured evenly. Again, you step back 2 feet, you barely see the texture, but it does help to break this up and just make it feel more organic. Again, like you wouldn't see me putting this kind of mark on the jacket. We want the jacket to stay nice and soft. This is definitely not going to look soft like cotton when it's done. And again, I'm thinking in terms of texture. Like, what is it that I'm trying to do? What do I want this to feel like? Not just look like, but what I want it to feel like. And a lot of these marks, as strong as they may look at the moment, they're actually, they're really subtle. Like, I'm going into these areas that are arguably maybe a half a value darker than the paint I'm using. It's just that, like, the moment it hits the canvas, it starts to kind of haze over. So it looks darker than it actually is. I mean, it looks lighter than it actually is, sorry. And like I said, this is all going to be glazed later on. So I'm going to be able to nudge all of this to the value and the color that I want it to be, even if something winds up a little bit hazier than I want. If I misjudge something in here, I'll be able to put it where I want it to be later on. Just trying to neutralize some of these harder edges in here from my prior pass. Almost ready to move on to my next value in the scale. Almost there.
Comment from Jeff Harrington. So it's layer on layer on layer with glazing in between?
The glazing is actually going to go on top. And some of these areas are more moved along than others, and so I've done some glazing, but this has not been glazed yet. What I'm working on. Generally speaking, glaze is the last thing you would do because it's going to have, and again, depending on how you work, it's going to have the highest oil content, and so you wouldn't work something with less oil on top of a glaze. It creates a problem with the paint films. They've got to be put down in such an order that you have more oil further away from the canvas, less oil closer to the canvas. And so the glaze goes on top of the finished painting, or what we bring this to a stage where it's just about done, and then we kind of push it over the top with glaze. Again, like I glazed the jacket already. It's funny, I have to think about what I've already done. I glazed the jacket already to push it to where it is, and it'll get one more pass of glaze to finish it. But the face has not been glazed yet. Again, just kind of looking around for places. So I'm going in with the soft filbert, just starting to grab some of these things that I don't want to stipple, but that I want to put in with a soft, smooth stroke. More straight edges. Rather than kind of broken edges like I've done out here. And again, you see like I'm painting in his teeth with his flesh tone. They look very natural that way. They look like they're part of his head rather than some separate thing.
Aren't teeth white though?
No, teeth are not white. Much like the white of your eyes is not white, teeth aren't white either. For the most part, you can paint teeth using using the skin tone. It makes them look more natural. It makes them look like part of the head. Same with the white of the eyes. Like, you notice the white of the eyes has been painted with a flesh tone. I can tweak it later on, but by using the flesh tone as a starting point, it prevents me from having white eyes and white teeth. It makes the eyes and the teeth fit in with everything else, which is always a better place to start. You know, if you start with something that fits and then slowly pull it away from that kind of matchup, at least again, if you just paint the white of the eyes, you grab white paint. If you paint it with a flesh tone, you paint it by value. So now maybe the color's a little bit off, but it works. When you then make an adjustment to it to make it more like what you actually see in the color and value, what you already have down guides you, and it prevents you from going, like again, if I put a white mark in that eye, it would look insane. I would know it was wrong. There'd be like red flags and fireworks and all kinds of other alarms going off if I'm paying any attention. And so keeping it as part of the head, again, if I paint just the eye, I think about the eye as what it is. But if I step back and I take in the whole head, the eyes don't jump away. The teeth don't jump away. I see so many paintings by people who are inexperienced where you get this nice face and then the teeth are out here and the eyes are out here and the rest of the face is back here. And it's like, I was actually looking at a bunch of paintings yesterday by a student down at Micah. And like I'm looking at it and it's some really beautiful stuff. There's some really wonderful stuff going on in the work. And there are these tiny little things, just a little bit of information would drastically alter the work. And it's white teeth and white eyes, or the artist is degrading the colors and values a little bit, but you can see that, like from where I am as an experienced painter, I can see that the starting point for the eyes and the teeth, they are their own thing in this painter's mind. And so they're painted the way they're perceived. But the artist is not thinking about the overall and how they fit into the relationship here. Again, we know teeth are white. I don't have to paint them white for people to know they're white. Same with the white of the eye. Now, the white of the eye has a little bit of a blue cast to it, so I'm going to have to change the color a little bit. But I'll change the color and not the value. The value kind of sets the eye beautifully in its space. It feels like it's like the white of the eye is connected. It's recessed in behind the eyelids. And it's just a matter of thinking of it as part of the whole. Same with the hair. I'm using the same, again, so we talk about the whole painting. The hair started out being painted with the same as the shirt. So it's unified. He's got white hair, he's got a white shirt. We start in the same place. So they are the same thing. That way I'm not trying to figure out what shade of white the shirt is and what shade of white the hair is. They start in the same place, and then I can develop the relationship. I can expand or contract on what's down. Same with the teeth, same with the eyes. I can bring up the teeth at any point, but any mark I put down now is either going to work or not work, and it's going to be really obvious because of how subtle everything is. If I start out with the drastic stuff, very hard to pull back from it.
From Scott Dean, I currently rely way too much on glaze. Looking forward to learning your process. All of my portraits are just built up layers of glaze.
Yeah, no. Absolutely not. I've been talking a lot about that, about leaning too heavily on your glazing. Not you, but just in general. It's a really bad place to be. The work's got to get done here in the opaques. As much of it as you can possibly manage. I mean, again, it's one thing to set the stage, right? I'm doing that right now. I'm setting the stage for glaze to do certain things. And I'm painting the painting based on the expectation that the glaze is going to do those things for me. Sorry, give me 1 second. Right, but you don't want to lean so heavy on the glazing. It's just, glazing is a beautiful technique, and it gives a wonderful, wonderful look to a painting, but it's not meant to do heavy lifting. And if you're depending on it to do that, you're simply asking too much of it. You know what that's like? For those of you who know baseball, you could have the greatest relief pitcher, but you don't make him a starter because he can't throw for 9 innings. He can throw maybe 3 innings. Devastating during the 3 innings, but you put him out for a 4th inning, they'll be hitting him all over the place, right? And so, like the Glazes, they are not designed to be a 9-inning pitcher. They're relief. They are after the pitcher's run his course and done his 8 innings, and you need somebody to just shut down the other team. That's where the relief comes in. That's what the Glazes are going to do. They're basically going to take the painting that is arguably done and just bump it over the finish line. And again, I'm establishing some things in here that I know that when I do the glaze, they're going to dramatically alter the painting, but I don't have to do 7 passes of glaze to make that happen. One pretty subtle pass of glaze will dramatically alter this because I've set the stage here. I've done the work here so that the glaze doesn't have to do the heavy lifting. It's just a closer. And so you'll see in the face how much the glaze alters the painting when it's time for the glaze. But it's not so much how much the glaze alters the painting as much as how I've set the stage for it to do that. Right? That's really where the information is. How did I set the stage? What did I do here so that when I went to the glaze, I wasn't having to labor pass to get the result? It's all of those things are established. They're in the painting already, or they're being put in right now.
Question. So the online course teaches wet on wet or layering technique?
Yes, so the online course is a fundamental education. It teaches everything, starting with how to hold a brush, right? And I know a lot of people think they know how to do that, but everything is a language, right? So we're doing this, it's a language. You may speak one language. You may hold a brush and do certain things the way that you've done them for years and you get a result. But you're not looking for a deeper education if everything you're doing is yielding the best result possible and you're getting everything out of your work that you want, right? We don't look for broader education. Like, I'm not looking for broader education at this point. I'm curious about how other people do stuff, but I already know what I'm doing, right? I don't need I haven't hit walls at this point that are limiting my ability to produce at the level I want to produce, okay? If I wasn't getting that result, I'd be looking for education. So I always start with the idea that if you're looking at getting an education, chances are you are not getting the result on a daily basis the way you want. Or you're looking for something better than what you're getting because you believe there's more out there. And so if you're going to do that, you have to think of it as a language. You can't start to learn English with advanced poetry. If you speak German fluently and you can write poetry in German, it makes no difference if you want to do it in English. You have to learn the language. That starts with an alphabet and vocabulary and grammar and all the other stuff that makes a language work. So yes, in Evolve, I teach everything you see me doing here. Everything. And some point in the program, every single thing that's gone into this painting is in the program. Now, you got to understand that the program is a technical education. On top of the technical education, you're seeing 30 years of experience and clock a lot of hours, okay? So my comfort level with this, my ability to do something, break it down, do it again, break it down, and not be like shattered or crushed or nervous about what's coming. Like, again, I don't know when you jumped in. I imagine you're probably new to the videos, or at least the live ones, but I've been talking about, lost my train of thought. I've been working on a lot. What was I talking about? Where was I going with that? Oh, talking about the difference between knowledge and experience. Again, you can only get knowledge.
We just lost connection.
Okay.
Just wait a second.
Okay.
Just want to make sure she hears.
Yes, yes. What you can do is you can have her reach out to me too. If we can't make it work, you just have her reach out to me.
We are live again.
Okay. Sorry about that. We keep kind of dropping here. So, basically, the program, any program, can only teach the technical aspects of something. And so what you see here is a mix of all the different techniques that we teach in the program. But we have to start at the beginning. So we start with things that are as simple as how to hold a brush, how to think about value, breaking down how you think light and shadow as opposed to values. Like how dark or light something is less important as whether or not it's in the light or in the shadows. Turning form, how that's done. How do you explain volume and mass and depth? And then from there you start moving into color. But all of these things are broken down and we treat them like an alphabet and vocabulary and grammar so that when you get to the poetry end of it, you've got a command of the language. But yes, if you go and you look on the website, evolveartist.com, you will see the layered technique. It's block 6. It's called, I call it speed painting. It's not what most people think speed paint. Like if you see these guys on TV shows in 90 seconds they make a painting. That's not what it is. I call it speed painting because it is a very fast technique. It yields a really elegant painting in a very short number of hours once you've developed the skill. But if you look on the website, it's block 6. There are carousels there that show the entire program. But this painting is actually being made up of everything you're seeing from block 1 all the way to block 7. So every single, like the face started out, it was speed painted, which is block 6. Then I worked into it with a block 5 technique and then built out into a block 7 technique to kind of pull it together. And now I'm working on top of it. And what I'm doing right now is kind of just decorating it, getting it ready for glaze, a layered process, which is part of block 6. Glazing is part of block 6. So if you have questions about the program, you can private message me, and I'd be happy to talk to you about it if you have any specific questions. It's easier for me to, I don't know, kind of drop in and out here with this, but I'm always happy to speak to people if they're interested in information about what we do and how we do it, what the program can possibly offer them. All right, so I've gone in here, I've played around with the eye a little bit, trying to reshape it and make sure that it's everything that it needs to be. There is an impression that this eye and this eye, that they're not correct. This eye is too small and this one's too big. It's actually not the case. I took a look at it because I perceive it too when I step back. And it's just a matter of, for me, making sense of what the marks are. There's a lot going on in here, and it's, until this thing is kind of pulled around to the end, it's not going to be nearly so obvious what is eyelid and what isn't. There's a lot going on here. This eye just simply looks bigger and wider than it actually will be at the end. And all the landmarks are in place. But they're kind of obscured because they're not so well defined at this stage. Like even putting this in helps to kind of shorten the eye a little bit. but there's a thickness in here that is actually the thickness of the eyelid. I've actually had a number of people kind of comment that the eyes didn't look right. But it's just a matter of where the painting is at this stage. All of that will be addressed as the painting moves forward. And again, I don't worry about the shape of the eye at this stage. When I go in and I finish the eye, I will make sure that the shape is exactly what it's supposed to be. I wouldn't leave it. I wouldn't leave it anything less. And again, I'm trying to exhaust any place that I can use this value to establish a sharp edge at this point. I was doing soft edges before with the other brush. I'm now doing sharp edges. And then I'll move on. I'll probably step up one more value. I'm not going to go all the way to the lightest of my shades, but step up one more value and break up some of this in here a little bit. Moved up the scale one value. I'm just building up some of these lighter shades in here. Again, just imparting some texture. And there'll be more, like when I do the glaze, I'll probably drop in a little bit more in the way of highlights into them. Some of this will get eaten up by the glaze, and so it'll have to be reestablished. Again, just really kind of like the really strong highlights. So I'm going to be able to establish some of these wrinkles in here just a little bit. So again, I do a sharp edge and then I kind of pull away and tap and break the edge up. start breaking up some of these kind of harsher things. You're going to continue to impart some of the variation in the skin. Again, just a little bit at a time. And I'm trying to take down edges while I'm going. I don't need a lot of the harsher edges that crept in here in the earlier pass. So I'm just going to overlay. And again, so if I just blended this and made it smooth, it would look like plastic. But by creating the gradients, by kind of putting in intermediate shades and kind of tapping and allowing some of the darker stuff and some of the lighter stuff to show through in between the textured marks of the brush, I get a much more natural looking transition. And this is, arguably, this is puddling with very, very thin paint, wet on dry. But you could actually do this. I actually did it wet on wet in the original pass, and now I'm kind of working back into it and doing the same technique, wet paint on dry to break these edges down. Just creating variations and softening all of this. And again, the natural variations in here are they're becoming part of the painting just by what I'm doing. Like, I'm not going in and painting all these little marks, but they start to emerge. Again, at least an impression of them starts to emerge from this, but at no point do I want to go in and start, painting in freckles and things like that. That would be a monumental undertaking and arguably a waste of time. Right. It's one thing to get them in; it's another thing to render them. Rendering them just wouldn't make any sense. All of this is going to wind up blending into the hair. Some places I don't want as much texture, some places I want more, so I'm using the brush differently. For places I don't want as much texture, making kind of like longer strokes. And in the places where I want more texture, I'm tapping the brush. Again, if everything looks like a detail, it becomes overwhelming. You want quiet places and you want places that scream out for attention. You need both to make the painting work. So trying to make sure that I'm leaving room for both volumes. Kind of quiet whispers and then a little bit of screaming. And then again, there's still more to come. But this is helping to set the stage for that. You'll see, like, with the addition of these lights, like right on those edges, how the wrinkles start to become pronounced without becoming like ugly. I'll go in with a smaller brush and solidify one edge and make it sharp. Like right now, they're not sharp, but I do want to bring them up a little bit. And again, I'm just working my way around. Like I'm just kind of circling the face, looking for places that look like they need a little bit of a push, a little bit of an accent. And every place where I elevate a value, it starts to pull forward and leave what's around it behind, leave it connected to the canvas. I'm trying to be selective, trying not to overdo it. Not always easy. Trying to not leave anything behind that I don't want in the painting. Some of these things may feel a little disconnected when I'm putting them in right now, but when I unify them under a finished color, they'll start to make sense together. I said, it looks like I'm putting in a lot of texture, like everything is being turned into dots. But a lot of this is going to become unified later on in the last pass. Like when I go in and I glaze, I'm going to neutralize so much of this, so it can be a little over the top right now. In fact, it needs to be in order to be effective after the glaze goes on top of it. You know, you can see I'm really not pushing this that light. I mean, I could actually get lighter than this. I'm really working still in a very controlled value scale. If I need a highlight, it'll go in on top of the glaze. And it'll probably still, like on the face, it'll probably still be this value. Just as the face gets glazed and gets darker, this value will go lighter relative to it. So, again, this is, you know, we talked about very early on, managing your value scale so that you don't exhaust your values. And that's what I'm doing right now. Like I'm still working in the same range that I started with. I've not gone outside of it. And I'm hoping to be able, and I should be able to manage to stay within this value scale all the way into my highlights. Again, even here, I manage the side of his face, all the variations with one moderately, I mean, it's a fairly neutral value. Falls right smack in the middle of the value scale. It's not too light, it's not too dark. Stays in line with everything that's here. And it would have been easy, we were talking about this when I was looking at it, would have been easy to just jump to a lighter value to build up. But because I'm thinking about maintaining my value scale in a certain range, I tried to figure out a better way of, or I started thinking about, you know, getting outside of my value range there, making that too light. And so I looked for a better way to solve the problem. Again, just getting that texture in. I mean, it's even with all this kind of frosted over stuff, which again, the texture looks right. The skin feels like skin. It's just kind of frosty looking right now, but it all actually feels very, very right to me. It's going to finish beautifully. Like I can see it, and again, I know because I've done it before. So I know what I want this to look like in order for the glaze to be able to do its job. So here, I'm just going to establish a clean, sharp edge against the darker value of the wrinkle, and I can put in some very delicate marks. Almost lines, and they actually are lines. And again, because these are so sharp, they're delicate, but they're sharp. They start to tighten things up and kind of bring the face into focus to a degree. And again, I'm not doing it everywhere. Like I wouldn't do it in here. There's too much contrast in here, but out here the contrast is so subtle, I can get away with it. And again, I'm just looking for places where a clean, sharp edge is needed. bigger brush simply doesn't fit in here. This is definitely not a job for a stippling brush like this, like these marks. Again, I'm just elevate the value. I'm nudging it a little bit at a time. And it's funny, like the eyes didn't look very dark before, and as I'm bringing up the lights around them, all of a sudden they're starting to look a lot darker than they did. They looked almost washed out before, and that's not the case anymore. They're starting to darken up and come in line with the value of his actual eyes. Again, looking for very, very small marks, things I can put in, like really important accents, things that I think are necessary to make the point of what we're looking at here. And again, so at this point, I'm actually making a few what are arguably very sharp edges with a very precise tool. Right up until now, I've not made any sharp edges. These, you can make an argument that some of these marks are sharp because I didn't knock them down at all. But now I'm starting to establish a few very sharp edges with this light, which is going to help to bring the painting into focus. Like up until now, it's been a very soft focus. So I'm trying to now focus or make some of it look like it's not soft anymore. Most of the painting is going to stay just the way it is. I'm not looking to make everything sharp. I'm being very selective about what's being sharpened. Like this sharp edge will pull the nose forward. So I'm doing it for a reason. Same back in here. That sharp edge pulls this away from this. Even up in here. A little bit. But that sharp edge right there pulls the nose away. And I'll even drop this in just a little bit in here. Make that edge really sharp. That sharp edge. Daniel approves. That sharp edge. Again, I don't know how well you see, but that sharp edge changes the nose entirely. And a little bit of what appears to be a reflection. Makes the teeth look wet. And again, this stuff is so, it's right in line with all of the other values and shades that are down. So I'm not making these drastic alterations. They're quite subtle. But I am now establishing, really for the first time in the painting, sharp edges. Like we're all the way here, and I've not established sharp edges yet. I'm now beginning to establish sharp edges. I mean, think about how many hours in are we into this painting, and I am just now starting to deal in sharp edges. And not a lot of them, just a few. Still just trying to build up some of these things, and again, just a little bit at a time. I think, pretty much all of this is good. Maybe a little bit more light in here, but I've kind of come around. All of this is in place. I'm going to start working up in here, and then I'll kind of finalize. I'll look over the painting and make sure I haven't missed anything. So I'm just trying to find landmarks to place. everything in here. You'll notice that the shifts are so subtle. I'm keeping everything really delicate as I work here, and that's what makes it look like skin. Like, my transitions are so subtle. Like, in here, everything it's all within probably a 1 value difference from my darkest to my lightest shades.
Joseph said, once more, into the breach.
Joseph, thank you for bearing with us, though we lost you there. Hope you're staying safe out there. Joseph, what are you? You're a nurse, but you're a hospice nurse. Yes. Doing important work, and still getting off shifts and coming and watching me doodle with colored mud. Well, I'm really starting to lose it. I can't remember anything. I've forgotten how to speak. At least it feels like it.
Esther said, thank you for giving so much.
You're welcome. I'm happy to do this. It's a lot more work to do the painting this way, with an audience, trying to some degree adhere to the rules that I inflict upon my students, so they can make sense of what they're seeing here. But over the years, whenever I've needed information I didn't have, some artist who had the information showed up and was generous enough to share it with me. And I think that's such an important thing. I share what I know. It's not mine. I don't own it. And if I don't share it, I take it with me, which would be a crime. So here I am sharing. So you can't see this because I'm the same from the beginning to the end, but I'm happy right now. This is really, really just like best case scenario. I'm like calm, it's just kind of rolling off the brush. If I had planned this out, I couldn't have planned it better than the way it's moving right now. And it's just such a pleasure to see it kind of pulling together as it is. I'm just very, very, I'm jumping up and down right now. Again, it's not always easy when you do it. Sometimes it's a real fight. And you've seen, if you've been with me all along, you've seen there have been places in the painting that have been argumentative. They did not play nicely. And other places where the painting really just kind of rolled along for me. And now in a place where I would argue is probably the place where you want the least battle. right? Like I fought with the face when we first started. The place where I want the least fight, now on the face, I'm actually getting very little fight. This is really just a pleasure at this point to be doing this. And you see, some of these things I'm kind of moving the brush around, looking for places where the brush and the shade kind of fit. I'm not making marks just because I have the brush in my hand and paint on the brush and time on the clock. I'm looking for places where the marks fit, where they'll matter. Breaking up things, taking edges away. Trying to better explain what is going on here. The form, the texture. Even as I'm putting the texture in, the form is part of it. The form is being built up through the addition of these highlights. How are we looking from back there?
Great. Really good.
And again, I'm still inside of that tight value range, which is really sweet. It gives me so much latitude to play even after this stage is over. If I should decide that I need more kind of oomph from the painting, if I need more of a push, the controlled value range offers me so much latitude to create contrast. So I'm just going to step back and take a look at this. Well, it's a far cry from where it was when we started today.
Yeah.
And so from back here, I see a few things that I'm going to want to kind of deal with. This feels fairly dark in here to me. even up in here, like I feel like I can do more to break up the darkness up in here. And again, I'm going to be building in more highlight into this after I do my glaze. So it's not done yet. I'm going to be able to build up more afterwards. But I do want to make sure, again, like I was saying before, I don't want to do all of that at the end. I'll get it done now, and I don't have to do it later. I don't have to depend on what goes on top of this to do so much heavy lifting. If I can do it at this stage, I get it out of the way.
Sana said it's looking really nice from this side of the camera too.
Thank you. I'm just going to get back in. I've got a couple of additional very, very fine marks I want to put in. I want to make sure that I've got a little bit better explanation of some of these edges than I currently have. Kind of wobbling a little bit there, a little all over the place. So if I can explain them with a sharp mark here, a sharp mark there. Density in the paint. Again, not going to a lighter value, but just adding a little bit of density to the paint. Gives it greater, bounces more light, making it look brighter, even though it's exactly the same value. Again, protecting that value range, not allowing the values to get away from me. It feels lighter, but it's not. I think I'm actually going to stop working on the face here. One or two little things, and again, like, I mean, it's never going to end. I could kind of noodle away at this thing forever. It's not going to stop, and so I have to pick a point and say, okay, enough is enough. I think I've got enough in here that I can move on. I do want to take a look at some of this in here. This is all so very dark, and I just want to take a look at it and see if a little bit of something might open it up. Again, I can do it later on by overwriting this, and that might be the better way of doing it. I can overwrite it. Literally just paint an opaque right in on top of it, like a Chev red would really kind of open these things up. But while I'm here, I can do a little bit, contribute a little bit to it, so that these areas aren't so dark. Because I'd love to be able to leave these as the darkest shades, which means making some of the areas in the darks a little bit lighter. so that this stays darkest and I can kind of glaze in over these things. Again, this is like just barely putting paint down. And this brush barely has any paint on it. Just hazing out some of this stuff. Establishing a little bit of edge here on the nose. I'm putting it in as a line. It's mostly going to disappear later on. But it helps me to establish that further, giving better, even greater prominence to his nose. Just making sure, if I can get it all done now, I don't have to do it later. And so I'm looking for anything that I can establish that I know is going to show through the glaze. So I want to try to make sure that anything that's going to show through the glaze is resolved at this point. That I don't have an edge I don't want. The edges are the big thing for me. A lot of the other stuff, like if an edge is too sharp, it's going to be a battle later on to get rid of. So I want to make sure those edges aren't too sharp. And I'd rather kind of dumb down the contrast a little bit if possible as well. I want to stop, but I'm still finding things. Again, each one of these things, if I find 5 extra things, it's 5 points of extra credit towards the end score of the painting. Or if I think of it that way, if I can locate 5 things and make them better, that's points at the end of the painting process, each one of them adding to a final score. And so I look and I look. Anything I can find and improve upon makes a better painting. This is why it becomes so hard to stop, because you can look and, I mean, trust me when I tell you there's a ton of stuff in here that if I went over this with a fine-tooth comb, that I could say, oh, I can make that 1% better, I can make that 1% better, 3% over here, right? There is a point where you have to stop and say, look, you know, there's such subtle things that the amount of time to track them all down, and you know, there's a diminished return on it. At this point, I think the face it looks great. Again, I keep seeing like little things here and there. Again, just like breaking up an edge so it's not so sharp. can establish it later. Even knocking down so it's not so prominent. I'm just seeing some of these, they feel so dark. As I'm kind of getting everything lighter, they're starting to feel darker. So I think I am going to stop there with the face. And I'm going to go and I'm going to do the hair, right? We are at, where are we at? 3:45. So I'm going to go in and I'm going to block in the hair. I'm very happy with where the face is. I think everything is, I think I can leave everything exactly the way it is and let it dry. I may have to do a little bit of playing around over here, but I'll see when the hair goes in how I feel about that. So, deciding what I'm painting with. You know, I'm going to use a large bristle brush for this. I'm going to block in the darks. I'm going to do it fairly thin. Like on the hair, I'm going to block in the darker areas first. And again, I don't know. I don't want to get too dark, but that looks pretty good.
Jeremy Woods said, "The artist is his own greatest critic."
Always. Always. Well, you know, I mean, you think about it. Like, I know everything in this painting that was tough. I know every struggle. When somebody looks at the painting, they're not going to know where I struggled. If they do, then it's a problem, right? The painting should look like it was, like it is everything it was meant to be, and that it was just born like this. It shouldn't look like it. It shouldn't look like it was a fight. It should look perfectly even everywhere. Like everything is exactly the way it was supposed to be. Now I'm putting in, like as I'm doing this gray is so blue. And though back in here it's blue, it's very green out here. So I'm actually going to I'm going to warm it up a little bit. I'm just adding a little bit of the yellow from yesterday. And again, it's a little bit lighter also in the like on that side, but I'm just getting a little bit more warmth in here. And I'm just gonna drag it across. But it's really like you see the warm up in here relative to this. It just looks way too cool. It's a little too green right now, but again, this is all gonna get glazed. I don't want it to be the wrong temperature as I'm putting it in, bothering me a little bit too much. So, but again, just kind of neutralize it a little bit. It's really kind of getting away from me. It happens. But again, you know, just kind of laugh it off. It's really looking funny. I'm actually going to drop some violet in here, actually. again, most of this is going to be covered with the lighter gray. So I dropped a little bit of violet into the mix. The paint is pretty thin. I'm going to have to marry this shadow's edge to the flesh tone. Just going to play with this. Get in here, a little bit of violet down in here. Like I said, the hair is going to be, it's going to be glazed. I'm not really worried about the, Daniel's laughing here. It's not funny. Daniel's laughing about what I've got going on.
You know, Kevin, hair is not a place to take artistic license to.
Yeah. So. And again, I don't want to get into a detailed mindset. I just want to lay this stuff in and see the patterns of movement.
I will say that it looks a lot worse on camera than it does in real
that's
life.
not good.
Yeah.
That's always bad. Everybody watching is like, what is he doing?
Need a little bit of drama to go with all this theater.
Yeah. And again, you can see the gray in here. The value is about the same as this. Staying inside that value range, not jumping out of it. I will add some lighter values in here because this really kind of jumps. It's like more like this. But as a base, I want to stay dark, as dark as I can, while still giving the impression of it being a light.
Sana said, I'm a hair artist for the games industry. Hair is all I've done 8 hours a day for the last 1.5 years.
Ouch.
Do you enjoy it, Sana? Mitch Bowler just jumped in at the worst time. Or the best time. Watch it pull together.
We can only hope. And I will very likely leave this and not put the highlights in today. The amount of paint that I'm putting down for this is going to make putting in the lighter values very hard. They're just going to get eaten up, and so there's really no point in it. And again, like, this is a layered approach. I don't feel the need to finish anything as I'm first laying it in. Like, I'm comfortable with the idea that I can let this sprawl over 2 or 3 passes. If I try to push it or rush it, it's going to become a problem. But if I'm okay with it, this looks so blue. If I'm okay with it, in the painting unfinished, I won't be panicked trying to figure out how to resolve it at a time when it's going to be a fight to resolve. All right, again, I can lay this in and I can kind of form the structure of the hair. I can form the structure of the hair. And then I can knock things down or not knock things down. But I can play with it, and I can see like my colors are wildly off. I can see that, which is not really a big deal. Like right now, as I'm putting this in, I'm actually not thinking about color. I'm thinking about value. Like I know when I step back, this is going to be like, it's going to hurt. But I know, much like the face over here, the color and the value that was in here underneath the pink was wildly off as well. Very easy to manage in that second layer. So I'm going to step back. I just want to take a look and see where I am, see if there's an easy adjustment here to kind of push it closer to where I want it to be, or if not, kind of set a plan for how I'm going to finish this and how it's going to prepare me for the next pass, which will basically do this to the hair. Yeah, so actually it's actually not as bad as like standing up here makes it feel. There's a lot of warmth in here, which will be very easily glazed in. I don't even really need to do anything with it right now. If I wanted to, like let's say I wanted to make an adjustment there. So what I'm doing is I'm going to grab a little bit of my English red. English red's going to warm it up a little bit. Again, and I can just kind of drop this in here. It's going to take some of the greenish color that's in here out, help to marry it to the background a little bit. Right, again, because we're always talking about like repurposing, getting it, grabbing the color from the background, dropping it in here. This color is also in the skin. So, and again, it's not the finished color, but it starts to kind of connect it to what's around it. All of this over here, a little bit of it is being hit by the light from this side, but most of it is being hit from that purple light. So I don't even worry about that. I'm just looking at like in here, where this frontal light is really affecting it. And just dropping in again, it's basically a color in between these two mixed into the gray. And very, very quickly it'll pull it back in the direction of kind of harmonizing with this. And again, it's not the end of the process, it's the beginning of it, right? Because I'm really just for the first time going at the hair. So I'm not worried about it being what it's going to be in the end. I'm worried right now about establishing a base that I'll be able to build on top of. I want to make sure that I don't have too abrupt an edge between the hair and the face. I want that to be soft. I want it to be a transition. So I'll start getting back into flesh tones in here and start breaking down the edge by pushing the flesh tones up into the hair. And again, dissolve that edge. All the little kind of individual hairs will help to break up that edge when they eventually go in. Again, just going to tap that in. And again, like maybe some of what I put in here will be deconstructed while I'm doing this. Again, like it seems to be the theme of the day.
That red makes the world of a difference. It's really, really cool.
I don't know, it's nice to know what you're doing.
Yeah.
It really is nice when you know how to manage this stuff. And the thing is, like, it's so easy to be calm in the face of horror when you know that you can manage the horror, you know. So here, just breaking down the edge on that hairline, just letting it be randomized. I don't want it to look too organized. Right, and I'm even going to pull my lightest flesh tone out into the hair over here. Again, much like I did the white of the eyes. I'm just going to take this down, let this lighter value deal with the edge. I start to color the hair more like the face, and then I can drop my highlights in on top of it, and it'll fit. It'll make sense together. Even though, like, it doesn't seem to make sense that you put skin tones in white hair. It will make sense when I actually go back in and lay the whites down. The hair will feel like it's part of the head. And again, this flesh tone fits in with the color scheme of the rest of the painting. So I'm actually going to go in and I'm going to drop in the flesh tone into my lights here. Really kind of all across the hair. It will look a little bit weird, not terribly weird, but a little bit weird. I think. I don't know how it's going to look on screen, but like I said, it's not the end, it's the beginning, and it is going to make the hair feel more connected as an extension of the face, rather than being its own thing. And again, that's important. It's got to feel connected. It's got to feel like it's part of the whole, right? The hair doesn't get to stand alone as a thing in the painting. It's drinking in the environment.
Wow.
Flesh-colored hair.
It's working beautifully. Looks good on camera too.
Oh, that's good. I worry about that. Actually, it looks terrible here, but I knew it would look good on camera.
You had me worried for a second. It's funny, like I've seen
You
you
worry
paint
so much.
I've seen you paint so much, and sometimes you just do things like, I think what it is like you just push right up to the edge every time. It's so blatant and bold, and it's just like the nerve, and then you just pull it right back together.
Yeah, so I'm really liking the way this is coming along. So again, this shadow in here is going to have such a drastic effect. Not so much down here. I mean, this is going to too, but up in here, this is a straight run from here to here, and it all looks kind of flat. When I drop this in, that shadow, that head is going to turn, and the forehead is going to tuck in behind that hair. It's going to look so nice. Like I can see it. Just need to get there.
Frank said, looks like you just brought in the closer because your starter was getting hit hard for a few batters.
Wow.
And Jeremy said, that's confidence.
You know what? You have to be confident when you work. You have to again, when you don't have experience and you don't have command of the skills, then it's nothing but arrogance. And that's dangerous because you just wind up all over the place and you're hoping to get lucky. But when you know what you're doing, it's just a matter of kind of working it through. Again, it's not free. It's not like every time I come up to it, it's like, oh, that's it. Like I just one mixture after another and they're perfect right off the palette and they do. The hair looked ridiculous as I first started putting it down. And so I am calculating. I put down the blue and then I'm like, against the oranges, it's too blue. So then I warm it, but then it kind of looks like seafoam green. And that's ridiculous in this as well. Right? So I'm just kind of going through the rules. Like, how do I connect this to this? Right? I need warmth. But the hair, right? And so this goes back, again, we go to the same idea. The hair doesn't have a color of its own. We think it's white or gray, but it's gray in this space. And so how do you explain that? You've got to explain it with the color of the space. Well, we know that the skin is arguably white with some, there's some additional color in it, but the gray, the white aspect of the hair and the white of the face are not that far of a departure. Then they're touching, so why not connect them? And again, so there's a real good rationale for why I chose to do what I did. Going with the flesh tone is just repurposing the same color at a value that works for those base lights, not the brightest stuff. And we know that it connects to the face, and we know the face works in this space. It's a natural thing to apply. Now I've just got to manage the edges in here. And then I'll drop in highlights. Not today, I'm not doing the highlights today. But when I drop the highlights in, even this is going to fall away to something more like this, which is going to marry the underpinnings to the face and the highlights to the shirt. Both things work in this space. And so I know that already. I know they both work, so I don't have to question it. And I'm pushing this out to make sure I'm covering all of that blue. I don't want to have any of it peeking out at the edges. I don't mind it down here because where his hair is cut, there's going to be some darker stuff kind of pushing back in. But I don't want it to appear as a rim. Out here is not so bad, even up here, not so bad. I'm going to be able to kind of push the lights up into that and create texture. And this is going to get glazed. So, again, even this in here, I do want to break it up a little bit. I don't want it to just be this big solid block. I want to break it up. Make sure that edge is nice and neutral. And again, rather than going to a fan brush, I'm trying to break this stuff up with the brush I have in hand. It's a bristle brush, so it's leaving strokes behind. Again, I know that I'm going to be working on top of this, so it doesn't have to do what I'm doing right now, doesn't have to do all of the work. It just needs to get the ball rolling.
Jeremy Woods said, with acrylics, I've actually used a really thin wash to bring all the colors together when they get a little mismatched.
Yeah, well, I could arguably make this thing a kaleidoscope of colors and then using a glaze unify it. Like maybe drop a glaze of purple into the background and the entire background, even if it was green and orange and yellow and purple, and all becomes cast in purple and it unifies it. And then I could do the same with the figure in a different way, separating the background from the figure. Again, there's tons of stuff that you can do if you find yourself off in the weeds in a place where you don't want to be, and you don't know how to directly adjust one thing to get it where you want it to be. You can create a cast over everything, which helps to simplify what's going on, bring it all under one tent, and then you can start breaking it up again. And again, it adds work to the process, but again, if you're working on something and all of a sudden you find yourself someplace you don't want to be, you don't know how to back out of it, you don't know what to do with it, kind of bring it back to something simpler. That's really, it's great advice. It's okay to find yourself someplace you didn't intend to be, and then to deconstruct before trying to move the thing forward in the direction of completion, right? You see me like here. I think to a degree I've been doing that along the way. Every time I break something down and I deconstruct it, that's exactly what I'm doing. I'm backing out of something that I put in and I decided is not appropriate for the time, not appropriate for the painting, whatever it is, and establishing it in a way that I now feel is better. And so, big part of that is confidence, that you can take something that you've built up and take it apart and do better with it. And again, I'm trying to manage this edge. I don't mind this edge now being a little bit sharper against the background. I will actually be able to take down a sharp edge on the hair later on if I want to, when I glaze. But I don't mind him starting to pull away from the background. I don't have a problem with that at this point. I have him established. I wouldn't let this edge become more aggressive than what I'm doing in here, but you can see the level of focus here. This is sharp. This is now almost at a finished sharpness. I'll be able to elevate a few things in here, like when I drop in some of the contrast in the eyes, a little bit more color in those, I'm gonna be able to get a little bit more pop out of this, but this is basically just shy of as sharp as it's gonna be. I can manage the outer edge of the hair or the inner edge of the hair based on this now. And so, again, I can go and I can soften the edge, or I can leave it sharp. If I leave it sharp, when I finish the background, I can glaze right up to the edge of the hair, which would make the hair even sharper, or I can overlap the hair just a hair's breadth, just, like the thickness of a pencil line. And that overlap will create the impression of a soft edge, because the edge of the hair will now be colored with what's in the background, creating a bit of a blurred edge. So I can manage the edge one of those two ways. And so I will very likely go in and soften this. It just strikes me as the thing to do, but I don't have to. I have the freedom to make a call on that, and I can do it either way. And again, I'm trying to maintain movement. I don't want to have brushstrokes going this way if the hair is going this way. Again, it doesn't have to be perfect, but it does need to kind of fall in line a little bit. There's a lot of kind of chaos up in here. And again, like you're seeing a big value jump here. When I glaze this, it's going to be much closer to this value than to this value. So, like even in that, like you're seeing a big jump, it's not going to be that much of a jump, which means the edge can be sharper because the values are closer together. They don't look the values being closer together, the edge can be sharper, and they'll still feel like there's separation between them, but not so much. They'll connect. They'll feel more like they're in the same space instead of feeling like a cutout. And I'm going to go through this with a fan brush, kind of knock it down once I've got it all in place. And again, I'm even putting little hints of errant hair here and here, just to break these shapes up a little bit so that they're not so solid. So I've got to get in here with something a little bit bolder. So in here, I've got to marry this edge of the hair into that dark shade. So I've grabbed some of the original shadow that I mixed, and I'm just going to dissolve this edge. Again, this edge is really going to be defined in the glaze when I put those highlights in for the hair. So they're not necessary right now. It's a little too brown. So I gotta play with the color, make sure that I'm putting down a decent color for in here. Okay, that's a little bit more purple. I'm gonna just let this spill over into the hair, which will help me. I'm gonna be able to dissolve that edge and then just put, right, because there's a gradient in here between the hair and the face. You see a bunch of lines of hair, but there's actually a gradient going from lighter to darker. And I want to establish that gradient, and then I'll just create the impression of the hair on top of it. Later on. So I'm just going to pull this over, and then I'm going to go back in with the pink. Again, I'm deconstructing again. I'll go back in with the pink and reestablish. But this is going to give me the ability to make this nice soft edge in here. These edges they're not that sharp. They're actually quite soft. So I don't want them sharp at this stage. They'll be impossible to get rid of. So that's already looking so much better. Just go back and I'll grab my violet. Just kind of work back into this. And again, I don't need a lot, and it doesn't need to be very bright. It just needs to dissolve the edge a little. This is all going to get glazed later on. Good, so I'm just gonna play this edge. I just wanna make sure that I've got all of my violets that are in here are doing what they're supposed to do. They're rolling up against the hair properly. Again, I wanna make sure, like all of these areas, that they make sense underneath the glaze that's gonna go on. There's nothing that's gonna be here that's gonna jump, that's gonna become a fight later. even going to pull a little bit of the violet and drop it into the hair. Again, just a little bit. Make sure that I've got both the light color from on this side, the flesh tone, which is basically the light from this side, all kind of in here as underpinnings. That way, this doesn't feel like this, and I've got this purple band in between it. And again, I'm just doing a little bit, not a lot. Just want to make sure that I've got all of the local colors accounted for. Otherwise, I run the risk of this feeling disconnected. And I definitely don't want that. Again, the vast majority of this is going to be overwritten with white paint. But I want to make sure that it feels connected. So kind of stop there. I'm just going to tap the shadow down a little bit, give it a little bit of texture in there, because I'm going to establish that shadow really with my glaze the same way I'm going to do it in here. So I don't want it to be too strong. Same up in here, just get a little bit of something going on there. I do need to, I actually kind of skipped over this, but I do need to get a little bit more going on in this ear. The ear's a little bit less defined than I want. Just a few marks will take care of it. And again, I will go over this again very likely before the painting is done. This will get hit one more time. Just a little bit more light in there. Helps to bring the ear out just a little bit. Just going to grab a fan brush and kind of play with the edge. My 20-0 fan brush. Just going to play with the inner edge of the hair, and then I'm basically done, I think. So. Again, like over here, there's really not much to be done. I just want to make sure I don't have any texture in here that I don't want. And again, I'm just taking the texture down and breaking up any edges that I think are over the top. Right? There's a lot of texture in this paint. If you want to go just pull up, just let them see the texture. So the bristle brush is going to leave texture. You'll see it in the paint when you get up close. It's going to leave a lot of texture, and so now I'm going to use a synthetic brush or a sable, like you would use one or the other. I'll use a synthetic to basically take the texture out. The rest of the painting, though there may appear to be texture, is actually not textured. The face looks textured. It looks like it has thicker paint, but it's actually all flat. The hair right now actually has three-dimensional paint. It's thick. So I've got to take the thickness down so that it's a flat like everything else. And again, in the process, I don't want to eliminate the character of the marks that are down. I just want to level out the surface.
Laurel said, "Wow, what amazing progress today."
Oh, thank you. Thank you. A little bit at a time. Again, it's going to get faster and faster. Like what each thing does and contributes to the painting is going to accelerate as we get closer and closer to the end of the process. And again, I don't want to eliminate, I don't want this to just become a blur. I want some of what's here to stay because it's going to make nice underpinnings for the particular strokes that go on top. It's funny, I imagine I'm going to actually be leaving some of this thicker paint in here because I'm not going to be able to knock it down completely smooth without losing some of its charm, which is fine. Like, I don't have a problem with that. I don't mind having paint in relief on a painting. If it's doing what I need it to do, that's fine. It will probably be the only place in the painting that has that, and so I don't want it to be overwhelming. I want it to be, I'll leave it there, but I don't want it to distract from other things. Right, it's like you can see, it almost looks like well, you'll see when I'm done, we'll come close to it again. It almost looks like the ocean moving. It's got this real kind of fluid movement going on right now. And again, like, I don't want to take that out. I don't want to ruin. There's a beauty in it. And when I put in these rigid kind of frozen hairs later on, this movement is going to keep the hair from feeling frozen. Even using the edge of the brush, I'm able to pull and create the impression of more hair along the way. Again, these are kind of big, thick, chunky strokes. They're not going to suffice as the more delicate, as finished strokes, but you do get the impression of the movement of kind of chunks of hair. Eventually I have to come in and do very refined strokes. Again, not a lot of them. This does great support, but I will have to do much more refined strokes that look like individual or more fine-tuned, not so much individual hairs, but stuff that feels more like this is overarching movement. I need something more specific. And like I said, we'll get to it. It will get done. I'm just kind of breaking some of these things up. And I'm using the side of the brush, like I'm using the brush this way, not this way. I want to kind of create these patterns of movement. The flat side of the brush will just be too aggressive. And again, some of this is being neutralized along the way. There's not much I can do about it. But overall, I'm feeling it's soft enough without being too soft. Really good underpinnings for what I'll build on top of it. Marry that edge here. And again, just letting this come together. I want the hair to feel like it's connected to his head, right? And if I don't connect it, if I don't marry it, no, when I put in the stuff that actually is designed to create separation, it'll look even worse. It's got to feel connected to him here. If I get that, then I can do any amount of separation in the next pass. Again, individual hairs and flyaways and all of that. And this will connect all of those individual strokes to the whole. But you can see I'm very patient as I'm doing this. I'm not rushing. A little bit at a time, just nudging it in the direction of where I need it to be finished. And I'm not even staying in one place necessarily. I'm bouncing around a little bit. So I'm just going to take a big fan brush very gently, see if I can knock down a little bit of the texture without moving the paint, right? That's the goal, without moving the paint really. The smaller fan brush brought it down a little bit in a controlled way. The big brush is not as controlled. It's much softer, and so it's going to give me, it's bigger, spreads the force of my hand more widely across this, but the bristles being longer and soft, it'll polish the surface. If I were using a sable brush, it would be even softer, move even less paint. But again, I have this, like I said, it's this nice, it almost looks like liquid, which is really nice. And it'll be a beautiful underpinning for what will go on top. I'm actually taking it down quite a bit. I've been able to maintain the feel of it and take the texture out entirely. So you can get up close and take a look at it. Bear in mind that the hair is going to be glazed. There's going to be grays dropped in there, and then very minor highlights. But you can see that the thicker paint is now gone. But I've got this nice kind of flowing, like I said, it almost feels like liquid. And very, very soft transitions. It'll be a nice underpinning. And so now I'm gonna soften the outer edge of the hair just a little bit, and then that'll be it for the day. We're basically done. And this head is, wow, I mean, it's so close to completion at this point. What you're looking at right now is maybe, as a finished painting, I'm maybe 2 hours away from finishing it. And that's a bold glaze and then going in and noodling in some really crisp details like the eyes. But you can see like the nose, the mouth, they're done already. The eyes have a little bit of work to do, the folds in the eyes, like some eyebrows, stuff like that. There are some accents that'll go in here, but you figure about 2 hours at the far end. But I would also say that even though maybe we're talking about 9, 15, maybe 17 hours in total to do this by the time it's finished, the head. Figure 9 hours and then another 5 today, and then another 2, right? So we're at 16 hours. The last 2 hours will do like 60% of the work. Like you can't imagine where this is gonna be from the 2 hours that are left. It's barely halfway done as a finished visual. That glaze is going to make this guy, he's gonna come to life when I drop that glaze in. He's solid now, but he is nowhere near finished. Not visually. Time-wise, just about done, but visually, that last pass is like, it's magic. So anyway, so I'm gonna go in, I'm going to take out that outer edge, and I'm done for the day. I'm actually going to use a small fan brush to do it so that it allows me to kind of follow the fan brush will actually, if I pull a little bit outward, it'll establish a softer edge for me, and at the same time, give an impression of hair. Just a little bit. I just need a little bit of a haze around the outer edge.
And when is the session where you will do what you just talked about?
Oh. You know what? At some point next week, because I'm not finishing it Wednesday, at some point next week, I will let everybody know. The face is going to be probably the last thing I do. So next week, I am going to knock this background out and finish it. My hope is to actually knock the background out and get the majority of the cuff and the apron done, if not all of that. If I get that done, the following week the painting will be finished, and I would probably tackle the face on Tuesday. So not next week, but the week after, Tuesday or Wednesday, that face will get done. And again, if you miss it, the videos are being posted. But we'll post a note to let everybody know when, like as we get closer, when I think I'll be able to do this, to get the face done. I really want to hold off on the face until the very, very end of the painting. So while I'm just kind of polishing this off, anybody got questions? I'm happy to answer them at this point. This is what I'm doing right now is kind of mindless. It's going to take me a couple of minutes. If you have questions, now's a good time. And I know nobody has questions. I answer everything along the way, but if you have questions. Again, that's giving me a nice soft feel.
Seems like you've left everyone speechless, Kevin.
Wow. Again. I'm getting good at this. So one of the things I'm going to do, I am going to photograph this on probably Saturday, and we will post a high-res image of the painting as it stands right now so that you can get a better look. I know what you're seeing there on the screens is not as tight. I'd like you to be able to get a better sense of what it looks like from here. So I will be sealing the painting on Saturday. I'm going to do a seal it again before going in and kind of pushing it over the finish line. After it's sealed, I will photograph it and we'll try to post before we get started on Monday, either Sunday afternoon, Sunday night, or Monday morning early. We'll post a high-res image of this so that you can see it.
Alan said, as a rookie, I would be deliriously happy with this now. Can't wait to learn to have higher standards.
Well, you know what the thing is? The painting actually looks really good right now. If people didn't know that it wasn't finished, it's actually really tight, right? And the thing is that at this stage, it already is well above the bar. Even with the unfinished things, the painting is well above the bar of what you would think of as like the professional hurdle, right? There's still more to be done. But just because there's more to be done doesn't mean that it already hasn't hit that high benchmark, right? And so it becomes a matter of like style now. Like for me, how far do I want to push it? The background, I can almost get away with it the way it is. He's so strong in the painting, like. And again, we'll do a high-res image so you get a better sense of this, but like you see him in the painting as a whole. We'll just kind of back up away from this. How solid he feels the background almost doesn't need anything. It can be left as a blur because he's so solid and so three-dimensional. And I mean, granted, I've left some things out in the face, but like the jacket, for all of it's not very complex, but it does the job. I haven't finalized things, but I'm pushing them. I can leave it like this. Like you think about, like, if you compare this to a Sargent would be much looser than this as a finished painting. I'm not done tightening things up. And it's not even like tightening things up. There's just more flavor. I have more spices out at my disposal that I want to throw into the soup. And that's all I'm doing. Again, all the texture that I built in, it wasn't necessary. It was textured enough and I could have glazed, but I decided that this painting merited that kind of additional push, right? And so, but again, this I could leave. The book needs a little bit of work. Obviously the metals need to be done, but I could argue that the columns don't even need the fluting in them because he's strong enough. You don't really look past him. And again, like when all this stuff is in, he's going to be so heavily decorated, you're going to have a hard time looking at other stuff, right? So anyway, so I'm feeling good about my outer edge. It's softened. And if you want to just show them that outer edge. So you can see I took it down just a little bit. When I glaze and and like the top of the head gets much darker and falls in as a value closer to the background, the top of his head will really kind of marry to the background where the sides will be a little bit whiter and they'll pull away. So he'll be connected in some places and pulled away from the background in others. Good, and that's basically it.
Great.
So again, everybody, thank you for making it. We ran a little bit over today, but this was a great work day. And like I said, other than the green hair that I was putting in, the seafoam green, this was about as perfectly smooth a day as I could ever hope to have. Just an absolute pleasure to work today.
I would argue that the green actually contributed. It's there, but very subtle.
Yeah, but again, like when I'm looking at it, it's like so over the top. It's such a departure from like what my intent was. And so, but very, very nice day. I'm very happy. I get to end my day on a really, really high note.
Yeah.
You'll get a better sense of why I'm feeling that way when we get this high-res image posted. It's so solid right now, and it's just, I mean, I could almost fall into it with a brush and finish it. It's how it feels. So thank you again, everybody, for making it out, and we'll see you next week.
Question real quick.
Yes.
Is that maul stick one piece or more pieces?
It is one piece. It's just, all it is a dowel. I went to Lowe's and I bought a dowel. If you go into a store and it's called a maul stick, it's like $65, and if you go into Lowe's or Home Depot and you buy a dowel, it's like 90 cents. It does the same thing. But yeah, it's all it is a dowel and it's one piece. I just have it wrapped with some tape, some duct tape, so it doesn't scratch. Also for me, like when I put it against here, if I pull it, I know where the edge of the maul stick is, where if there was nothing there, I could easily kind of pull it and drag it across the painting accidentally. So that tape helps kind of guide me. So,
Okay.
anyway, everybody, have a great rest of your week, a great weekend, and I will see you back on Monday.